Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this morning's executive. I will ask for a wee bit of forbearance. We have a new sound system. It has been working very well, but if there are any glitches or any little delays, then please bear with us until we get used to that. But we will now move into the apologies.
Thank you, Convener. And we have apologies from Bailey Buchanan, from Councillor Murtagh. We have apologies also from Councillor Devine, for whom Councillor Colley is substituting. And there is also a new member in that Councillor Aitken has been appointed as a Labour member of the executive.
Okay, thank you for that. We allow ask if there's any declarations of interest. No, okay, thank you for that. We have the minute of the executive held on the 6th of November, and the pages 4 to 14 within your paperwork. Are we happy to agree the minutes? Okay. Any particular issues arising from the minutes? No, okay, thank you. We'll move to item 4, which is the rolling action log, and I'll go to Mr. Moody.
Thank you, Convener. And as usual, the rolling action log provides a record of all decisions of the executive where a further report has been called for. There is an expected reporting date provided and comments as to progress towards that, and where it can't be met, an explanation of that and a new expected reporting date. The rolling action log is, as far as I can see, up to date. It is available for questions from members.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions relating to the rolling action log? No. Oh, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you. Just on point 708, can I just have a little clarification? It's said that the proposed community sport and leisure facilities update is getting mixed up with now, is not mixed up, it's not the right word, is getting incorporated with the learning estate review. So is it now being moved over and coming as part of the learning estate review, or is it still coming separately?
Mr. Berry?
Apologies, I can't get my paper to work. Could I just have a look at that and come back to you offline?
We can take it offline. Yes, that's not a problem. It's just clarification.
Okay, thank you for that. And if there are no further questions, I'll be happy to accept. No, okay. Okay, we do have a motion on this morning's agenda and two deputations, and therefore going to alter the business of the agenda. And I think it would be prudent, as we have done previously, to ask members if they would wish to hear the deputations, and we do that at this juncture rather than at the end of the agenda. Okay. Okay, thank you. We will now ask the deputations to come forward. If there's two deputations, if you would like to come to the far end, Jim. Okay, welcome. We have with us Miss Danny Cosgrove and Claire Stock from the organisation Autism and Neurodivergence Stand. They're going to speak first. So you have 10 minutes and then there'll be up to 10 minutes for questions.
Hello, good morning, convener and members of the committee, and thank you for giving us the time to be here today. My name is Danny Cosgrove and this is Claire Strock, and we are here as part of STAND, Stronger Together for Autism and Neurodivergence. STAND is a lived experience-led charity, and we support and empower neurodivergent children and their families across Falkirk and Scotland, and we were founded by parents and carers because the support we needed simply didn't exist. Before anything else, I would like you to know we are here as people, not just as representatives of a charity, and we are both also parents to neurodivergent children. We experience consultations as parents whose lives are shaped by the decisions made through these processes. We are also bringing experience from our national work. Earlier this year, STAND gave oral evidence at the Scottish Parliament for the Autism and ADHD inquiry. We spoke about the reality for families on the ground, the gaps, the barriers, and the impact of decisions made without lived experience at the centre. Come here today for the same purpose, to try and make sure human voices behind proposals are not lost. We are here to support the motion calling for a review of Falkirk Council's consultation processes because we are hearing from families across Falkirk the same concerns we see in our own lived experience. The voices of neurodivergent children and people who care for them cannot be meaningfully included. That consultations can feel like decisions that are already made and trust in processes are slipping away. Many of the parents and carers that come to us are not only advocating for neurodivergent children, we are neurodivergent ourselves. We are exhausted by constant battles, burned out from navigating complex systems and already operating under pressures most families never have to experience. For families in our position, simply saying you're welcome to participate sometimes isn't enough. Participation has to be actively enabled, it has to be accessible, predictable and trauma-informed, and it has to recognise that many families are already on the back foot before consultations even begin. The Community Engagement Charter commits the Council to removing barriers, reaching underrepresented groups and communicating in ways that meet people's needs. For neurodivergent families, this means consultations must be designed with their realities in mind, not as an afterthought, but as a starting point. To be clear from the outset, we are not here to debate any merits or outcomes of any individual consultation. We are here because the way in which recent consultations have been handled, including but not limited to the enhanced provision consultation, has revealed systematic issues within consultation processes themselves. And that is exactly why this motion seeks to address. Everything we raise here today comes from our Council's own commitment within the Community Engagement Strategy and Charter, including your commitment to engage early, openly and continuously with affected groups and to remove barriers to participation and work with communities as equal partners, and we are seeking those commitments, only those commitments.
When families come to us, they rarely begin talking about policy, they talk about process and what it felt like to be a part of a consultation. They tell us things like, we didn't understand what was being proposed, we received conflicting information, we didn't know how to take part, we didn't feel listened to. These experiences mirror the very challenges highlighted in the Council's own community engagement strategy, which recognises a need to rebuild trust, a need for clearer information, and a need to reach the right people at the right time. A need to ensure engagement is meaningful and accessible for everyone, including those with protected characteristics. Families are not saying that decisions must always go their way. They're saying that the consultation process should allow them to understand, participate, and be genuinely heard. And that is exactly what this motion aims to strengthen, even this deputation in which we seek to amplify the voices of families who cannot be here today, as an example of us attempting to engage in the democratic process. And we would be disappointed if the very principles that Falkirk Council's community engagement strategy and charter are undermined by the attempt to delay the review of the processes and proceed with the original plan of doing so in September 2026, a plan which we say is too little too late.
Before I speak about the impact of consultation processes, I want to say something. We're not here to discuss the substance of any particular consultation proposal. We were made aware of concerns about an individual process because family approached us after we appeared at Scottish Parliament to give evidence at the Health, Social Care and Sport Committee. What this highlighted, and I raise it only as an example of wider systematic issues, is that many families no longer trust consultation processes. From day one, families have told us things have been unclear because information they received didn't meet standards set out in the Community Engagement Strategy and Charter. This charter promises honest and accurate information, communication in plain language, and engagement that meets people's needs. Parents have told us, and I quote, "I can't even plan next week for my child. How are we supposed to cope with this level of uncertainty?" Families describe experiences at public meetings that they feel families are describing experiences at public meetings that fell short of Charter's commitments to treating communities as equal partners and ensuring engagement is respectful, meaningful, and inclusive. And speaking as a mum to a neurodivergent child, I want to say that when we respond with constructive challenges or questions, it isn't because we want to argue. It's because we are concerned for our children and trying to make sense of decisions that can feel life-changing to our children. These moments matter and they shape whether families feel safe engaging with local authority, and they shape whether families trust consultation processes. They show exactly why strengthening these processes, and as this motion proposes, is necessary. It's important, and we want to say this motion in front of you does not contradict the strategy, it strengthens it. Approving this motion helps turn written commitment into real and reliable practice.
We have read the amendment and we recognise that the strategy is new. There are positive intentions expressed by the Council via the Community Engagement Charter, and an 18-month review is planned for 2026. We are not disputing any of that, but families are experiencing consultation barriers right now, not in 9 months' time. This motion is not an alternative to the strategy. It is an opportunity to reinforce the strategy to ensure that its principles are embedded consistently and transparently across every department, and to ensure that early warning signs like the ones we will describe are not missed.
We see enormous potential in the strategy and the charter. The oversight group mentioned in the amendment and in this motion, all of them aim to build trust. This motion ensures consistent consultation practice across departments, better accessibility for protected groups. Evidence is in place before consultations are launched, clear communication, earlier involvement of affected groups, and stronger transparency and accountability. This motion does not challenge the strategy, it reinforces it. It helps ensure that Council's commitments are felt by communities they are intended to support. We are not here about revisiting any specific proposal. It is about ensuring that future consultations meet the standards Falkirk has already committed to. Consultations are not just statutory step. For many families, it is their opportunity to be heard. When consultation processes are confusing or unclear, trust breaks, but when they succeed, when they are clear, honest and meaningful, they strengthen democracy itself. We hope you will support this motion and the work already underway, ensuring that every voice, especially those who struggle the most to be heard, truly matters. We at Stand are ready and willing to contribute to any review or work with council officers and elected members to help ensure the process is designed in an inclusive way that meets the needs of neurodivergent children and their families. Even feeling heard will go a long way, but if this motion is not passed, we can think that children and families have not been. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you for that, and very well done in your presentation. I will open it up for questions. This is not questions to officers, and can I please remind, as has been stated by the two ladies there, this is not about any specific consultation, it's about the strategy. And I will be very strict on the 10 minutes questions because we've got a lot of business to do today. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Do you think you will get a fair and independent hearing today? That's my first question.
We can hope so. If I'm being completely transparent, this is our first time doing something like this, so I would hope so.
I'd like to congratulate you because things can't be easy. Trying to operate without these things. Do you feel that things should continue as they are at present for the education to your children?
That's difficult for us to answer because our children don't go to education in this local authority. For children in this local authority, I think it's best to consult with their families on that.
What would you like to see happen?
Consultations. I'd like to see families meaningfully included in transparent information.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you. I nearly did the wrong thing there. I'm getting used to my microphone. Thank you very much for that very good presentation. I wonder if you could just clarify, because you said that what parents talk about is about the process, and are there specific things about the process that you think could be improved upon?
Yes.
And have you brought those forward to officers and to the council? Because my perception is that, as a councillor, that there's constant review of the processes and improvements to the processes. So if there are specifics you have, it would be really useful if we knew what they were.
As I say, I didn't want to speak about any specific consultations that are ongoing, but one example I do have is we made a FOI request to Falkirk Council for a quality impact assessment, and it was stated on the proposal papers that there was a quality impact assessment that had been carried out, but when we FOI'd it, there was no information held. So families are being told that there's been a quality impact assessment or initial quality impact assessment, and then when we've FOI'd it, it doesn't exist. So they're not sure what's been done and what's not.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. If there are, sorry. We're just having slight problems with the sound this morning. If there are no other questions, can I thank Danny and Claire for their time. If they want to perhaps take their seats, and we will move to inviting Mr. Pantoni to come along and speak. Okay, Mr. Pantoni, thank you very much for coming along this morning. You now have up to 10 minutes, and there'll be the same opportunity for questions. Thank you. Councillor Patterson, I've said this already, that's around a specific consultation and not in relation to the motion. That is not the subject of debate today, and it would be inappropriate for officers to delve into that at this time.
Can I re-ask a question? Can I ask, in general terms, when a consultation is taking place in person, can officers comment, are recordings made then deleted after the transcripts have been taken?
Crawford, Mr. Bell.
So those transcripts would be fed into the digital platform, and they would be preserved and archived on that platform. It would be up to the individual service delivering the consultation in terms of what they did with those paper copies, and I would imagine that those would be kept in line with GDPR regulations.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. I know that I've kind of raised issues about the consultation process at different points because it's a relatively new process. Can I have clarification from officers, please, that whenever any issue is raised about the process, they look at it and, if necessary, change the process, that this is not just a wait until September next year until we review the situation?
Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor Hannah. Yeah, the consultation process, the engagement strategy is under constant review. Part of the strategy was to set up an independent oversight group. That oversight group meets every 6 weeks to look at how we are delivering on the strategy, and that consists of key council officers, key partners, third sector representatives, and our equalities officer. We also have an internal process. The strategy itself is based on the national standards for community engagement. So every consultation would be based and assessed on those standards before it is published on Participate Plus. Again, for clarity, each consultation is designed and delivered by the service conducting that consultation. The platform itself and the engagement strategy sits with the community service to ensure oversight of that. But it is under constant review. The 18-month review period was built in recognition that this is a process, and this is a process of improvement. And the strategy itself is a short strategy. It has a halfway point of 18 months for review, and that review will be comprehensive in terms of delivering on that.
So just to clarify, it is constantly under review and would be changed if there are particular issues raised.
Thank you. Yes, it would be.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Can I ask the Director of Education, Mr. Pantoni, very clearly said he sent in a questionnaire that was to be sent to elected members. I have no recollection of receiving that. Can you tell me if this is the case?
Sorry, Councillor Spears, that's addressing a specific consultation and not speaking to the motion. Therefore, I'm not going to allow that question. Do you have any other questions you wish to ask in relation to the motion?
I will come back.
Okay, thank you. Could I just ask a couple of questions? Firstly, as Councillor Hannah said, this was a new strategy. And therefore it was something that was being rolled out to try and create some consistency around the consultation process across the council area, and therefore it has been embraced differently by the services. So I just wondered how that had gone. And the other question I wanted to ask is around the feedback process, because that was something that, as part of the panel, we felt was very important that we were able to give that feedback following the consultation back into the public.
Thank you, Convener. In terms of your last point first, if that's okay, part of the national standards is that each consultation has to be reported back and published. So the findings of that, on the basis of that, as you said, we did. Those reports are all made public on the Participate Plus platform for anyone to see and comment on and give feedback. If that came through the community service, that feedback or comment would be given back to the service itself via that platform. Apologies, can you remind me of your first question, please?
It was really in relation to the embedment of the strategy being a new piece of work throughout the services.
Thank you, and the consistency of that. So yes, as I've said, the engagement strategy itself is based on the national standards for engagement, and every consultation would be based on those standards, and that's where we would provide that consistency. If as a community service and having the oversight of engagements, we felt that they didn't meet those standards, each service or each consultation would be given a list of points where we felt they were falling short, and we would be asked to address those before being published or going public with that consultation.
Thank you. So just for clarity, the engagement strategy does deal with, it's embedded that there's national standards are there to be followed.
It does, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Sorry, Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, convener. With regard, I don't know who this is for. With regards to consultations, as an average, what's the response rate for the population of Falkirk Council area?
Mr. Bell.
Yeah, thank you, Bailey Kerr. Each consultation will be different. So generic consultations in terms of the big ticket things like your budget goes to the full population. Some of the consultations we do will be nuanced and targeted at particular groups or communities of interest. So depending on the demographic will depend on the response rate. To give you an example, the threshold for consultations, wide public consultations, will be between 1,200 and 1,600 responses would give you a scientifically accepted response rate for the size of the Falkirk Council population. But by demographic, depending on the consultation, that rate and that number will vary.
Thank you very much. And I've been an elected member 8 and a bit years, that hasn't changed, and it is difficult to try and get a consultation out to everyone in the area. However, my next question is, what do you think the best way to communicate a consultation is?
Mr. Bell.
Thank you. Again, Bailey Kerr. The most appropriate method is the method that the person who's been affected by the consultation says is the best method. However, what we would do as part of the national standards is ensure that methodology is key to that. So all our consultations will be online. They will all have to be made available via paper copy. We would recommend that that is then triangulated through face-to-face or focus groups and conversations with the particular demographic or group that is subject to the consultation. We would not allow a consultation to go past with one methodology, i.e. digital only. It would need to be a range and a mix. And again, based on the national standards, a decision would need to be made, is it appropriate to the demographic that is being consulted.
Thank you very much. Thank you, convener.
Thank you for that. Just drawing on that, because I thought Councillor Bailey Kerr was going a wee bit further into that. I just wanted to ask that the design of our consultation process should be accessible to everyone. It's not focused on any one particular group, but by making it accessible to everyone, then we should be able to maximise the potential for engagement.
Thank you, convener. Yes. Even to the extent that the digital platform has translation services on it, we can translate into 3 different languages, and we're exploring in terms of the ability to translate further. Again, I would reiterate that communities has an oversight in terms of process, but where there is a particular consultation that needs a particular methodology, the expertise for that will lie with the service that's delivering the consultation, and we would assist where we can, but ultimately it comes back to the service to ensure that that level of expertise is delivered through that consultation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Redman.
Thanks. I was wondering if you could just talk about the existing work that's going on. It's September 2026, and it was described as too little, too late. But is that September 2026? Is that when the work starts, or is that when it's coming? The report's coming to council or executive?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Redden. So that report will come to executive, and the 18-month review will be something that we've started now, in terms of planning that and designing that and what that looks like, and that's embedded in the strategy itself. So that work starts now, but as we've said previously, the work to improve consultation engagement has been ongoing as part of the strategy. The review itself is a formal full stop to ask and to report on how we're doing in terms of consultation engagement across the council.
Thank you. So obviously you're saying that work's starting now. If this motion was agreed today, would the report come back any quicker than what it's already coming back at?
Strategy says the 18-month stop point is when the review will be conducted and published.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, convener. The strategy itself appears to be an iterative process, and there seems to be constant review and learning goes in. I wonder if officers could perhaps expand on what learning has been achieved through the oversight group and the continuous review, and if there's any specific examples that they can give us about learning, about that learning that's informed the consultation process.
Thank you, Councillor. So I could give one example in terms of how we've stopped and learned, and it's really around about the engagement of our young people. So the town hall consultation, for example, that went out, we recognised that there was no real youth voice there. We were working with local young people's groups. But what we've done over the course of the last year is to change how we use the digital platform, and we've now been able to link Glow accounts to the digital platform. So every school people can now be involved in a council engagement. And for example, in the town hall consultation, we got over 6,000 responses from our school peoples in terms of the town hall consultation, and each school people has now been given the opportunity to be engaged at an appropriate level on the council budget engagement. That's a significant step in terms of how we have improved since we launched the strategy, in terms of our deliberate engagement of young people in big decisions that are happening within the council.
Thank you. Okay. If there are no further questions, I will go to Councillor Bundy to move his motion. Thank you.
Thank you, convener. I bring this motion to the council today because of two reasons. The first one is the feedback that I've had from constituents based on numerous consultations. It's not based on any specific one, and I've deliberately not named a consultation in the motion to avoid having a debate about a specific consultation that has or is taking place. And the second one is because it's a general frustration that I have had since I've been elected in 2022 about how we engage with constituents on matters that they are going to be directly facing the consequences of, for positive or for worse. And that's why I start the motion by saying that I do think that there has been a loss of trust between residents of the Falkirk Council area and the council itself. And I think that's because there is a feeling amongst many residents that the consultation process is a rubber stamping exercise, and that's a quote that's been said to me many times, rather than a real opportunity to shape decision making. They feel that proposals come to them, they get to comment on that. It's often we don't agree with that, and then it comes back to council, and then the vote's taken. They don't feel that they get a real say in how things can be mitigated before it's already in a political debating chamber. And I think a real shame, because
we live in a council that has elections every 5 years, and the consultation process is actually one of the few mechanisms that constituents have to engage with the council in between. And if they lose trust in that process, then it risks losing trust in local democracy as a whole. And the consequences of that, I have great worry about. I think that if people lose trust in the system, then it will be no surprise if people align with voices that want to rip down that same system. I think as an elected member, my job is not just to parrot public opinion, but it's to take it on board and to give careful consideration for it and try and understand where that frustration is coming from. And that's what I've tried to do. And that has led to the 7 points that I've put in the motion. And they're pretty self-explanatory. Examine how the council can go beyond statutory requirements to ensure consultations are open, accessible, and genuinely influence outcomes. Even in the question and answer there was talk about national standards. But why can't we not go beyond national standards if the council sees fit? Let's explore ways to increase the visibility and promotion of consultations so that residents are fully aware of opportunities to participate. There's been some consultations where constituents have come to me being completely blindsided that a consultation is taking place. And they have said, I didn't know it was going to take place and it does directly impact me, and it's too late for them. So that is still happening despite the best efforts to try and raise visibility. Define a minimum standard of engagement that must be met for a process to be considered a genuine consultation. I think that if a consultation comes back and the response is minimal, then we have to ask if it is genuinely reflective of the population as a whole, or a certain section of the population, perhaps those more engaged with the political process. Number 5, establish a mechanism for residents to respond to the final report following the completion of a consultation, allowing concerns about the accuracy or representation of feedback to be raised and addressed. I think this is the most frequent feedback that I've had from constituents about their concerns about the consultation process. And that's because once a consultation is done, it's included in the officer reports that's given to all councillors. Councillors read those papers, and that influences the decision that elected members come to. If residents disagree with how their feedback is summarised or whatever, they then have to go around every single elected member to try and say, no, it says this, but I actually meant that, or dispute about figures or whatever. If there was a formal mechanism so that that feedback could be directly included in papers, I think that would be very helpful and help restore that trust that many residents are feeling is being undermined. And number 6 is developing a consistent consultation model across all departments and services. I understand that the current engagement strategy is trying to do that, but even in the Q&A, it was that there's different departments at different rates and different responses. I think that needs to be prioritised to have a standardised approach. And then number 7 is the accessibility of all consultation methods being reviewed, and that links to higher visibility and promotion of consultations. So the consultation itself, the motion itself is pretty self-explanatory. I think if it were accepted, it would help strengthen the transparency of the council, ensure that there's consistency across all services, and that public trust is restored. So I hope that members will be able to support this motion. I think it complements the work that's already being done by the council. And yeah, I look forward to hearing the debate and how it progresses. I move the motion in my name.
Thank you, Councillor Bundy. And a seconder. Really care.
Quite happy to second the same and have the right to reply.
Okay, thank you for that. There is an amendment which has been circulated to all members and it was displayed on the council website. I will speak to move the amendment, and while I appreciate everything that Councillor Bundy has said, I think there was an all-party grouping that developed the strategy, and the review, the 18-month review, was built into that as a strategy, recognising it was a new piece of work that was coming across all services and would take time to embed in, and would require to be tweaked as it went along, and then looked at the quantitatively as well as qualitatively at the review point. I think that is taking time to do, particularly around the consistency, but the principle of being able to do that, I think, is the right approach. The introduction of Participate Plus, while not everybody is online, it has increased potential engagements within that, and it has been able to be more accessible to some, but as already has been said by officers, a triangulation is used in order to be able to validate the response, so that other means is used in that. We need to remember that those that respond to the consultations are volunteers, and often it's based on their interest, and that's one of the reasons why you will get varied levels of participation within that, and we can't force people to do that, but it's a constant battle to look to continue to engage those members of the public to actually have their say and do it through a constructive way. The feedback is very important, and that was something that was recognised by the panel, that there had to be a way of communicating that back to our communities, and that would always be done not just through a council report but in other ways. I would also just say that some of the reports that have come in front members, particularly in housing, have been very, very focused on what people have told us. So I think there is a good example of that participation there. As has been heard, that the review process starts now. I think all of the comments that you've made could be incorporated within that review going forward, and it will come by way of feedback to members for improvements and changes to that strategy going forward. And I would just like to say that other organisations have actually commended our strategy. It's been really positively recognised within the participation engagement world, and I think it does have the potential to take us to a different place, but it does take time, and I feel that we should stick with the strategy as it is at this moment in time, and look to improve that as we go on as part of the review process. So I'll move the amendment. Councillor Bowes.
Can I formally second, please?
Okay, I will now open it up for debate. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. I think it would be useful to have a short recess, given that we've had the deputations, we've had the motion and the amendment put forward. I think I would find it useful to consult with my colleagues just before we enter into the fuller debate.
Okay, if you're content, a 10-minute recess and people can use it. Oh, Councillor Bundy.
Thank you. It was just a quick point, maybe to help discussion before we go into recess. Nobody has said that any of the recommendations or actions in my motion undermine the strategy, except, in fact, that they actually add to the strategy. So I don't see how the two motions, the motion amendment, can't be joined together to be passed through. So maybe that can shape discussions during recess.
Okay, thank you. Okay, a 10-minute recess, and people can use that as a comfort break as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, everybody, if we could come back into session, please. Thank you for everybody for their indulgence during that recess, and to allow the conversations to take place. But we'll now move into the debate. Councillor Spears.
Thank you, Convener. Here we have called into question which many people are calling the tick block exercise. I'm sure most of you are aware of something called social media. Social media has criticised this to such a degree that it's practically untenable. And thanks to my colleague, Councillor Bundy, for bringing this forward today. So instead of going down a 3-year line, we can recognise what's wrong at an earlier stage. We heard very impassioned pleas, some of the most impassioned we've heard in this council this morning, asking us to look again. We are not above looking again. And the amendment put forward by the administration says that we are. It's time we took a step and looked at the people we represent, because believe you me, they're looking at us.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spears. Councillor Colley.
Thank you. I suppose just a few points to make. I am concerned, I do appreciate everything that's been said, but I'm concerned that the motion will prejudice the review, and I know that a great amount of work was undertaken by the PDP and those involved in it in developing the strategy, and I feel that the 18-month point is a suitable time to go back and look at it again. And I'll tell you why I think it's a suitable time. We've already heard that there's an oversight group which involves the third sector, and that it has a process of continuous improvement where comment and feedback on the process of consultation is taken after every consultation to look at how we can continually improve. And I think, having listened to the delegations, I think that there is certainly activity that could be done in terms of that continuous improvement and ensuring that we meet the needs of specific groups in our communities, including those with neurodiversity. I particularly want to make a point on the point 5 of the motion, around the mechanism for residents to respond. And within our council procedures, we have 2 weeks before every council meeting, the papers are made public. And my experience is that all comments that are made are within the report that the councillors receive, and I think that that's something that should be a point of consistency in the work that we do. But our citizens have the opportunity to make delegations. They have the opportunity to make representations to the council as part of that if they feel that their views either haven't been taken on board or have been represented in a way that they didn't intend. So I feel that there are processes in place at the moment. That's not to say that during the review that councillors may take a different approach at that point and consider that is appropriate. But I feel assured by the responses from officers that continuous improvement approach is built into our consultations, and I think we are all clear that we should continually improve our consultations, and we have a duty to our citizens to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. When I first saw this motion, I struggled to understand what improvement to the process it would bring. I've been a councillor for 3.5 years, and when I started, the level of consultation with the public was minimal, in my personal opinion. But the consultation strategy was developed over a long period of time with involvement of councillors from all parties and none. The consultation strategy was agreed by Council in December 2024, and I have seen huge improvements in the process since then, huge improvements in the level of consultation. That said, I've also seen problems, and my constituents have brought problems to me about the way the consultations have gone on. And I have passed those on when they have been raised with me, and I have had positive responses from officers to improve that consultation process. To me, this is a continuous process of improvement, and it has to be, because things change, people change. I accept there are failures within the consultation process, and we do have to improve it constantly, and we do have to do the best we can to make it better. One of the failures within any consultation process is that there's a tendency for the most articulate, the angriest, to have their voices heard above the most vulnerable. And I think that's a really, really important point. And we do have to strive to ensure that people who have difficulty making their voices heard get those voices heard and do feel engaged and do feel enabled. And I have raised that on many times with officers and will continue to do so. Today's discussion has left me still perplexed, though, to think of what this motion would add to the process. There is, as Councillor Colley has said, an oversight group. There is a review process. There is a continuous improvement process going on. We'll be supporting the administration's amendment. Reluctantly, I think I have to say, in that I personally do not think that this motion should ever have come to us in the first place. And I think if proper attention had been paid to the strategy we agreed and to the charter we agreed as a council back in December 2024, it may not have been necessary. We need to promote and improve our engagement with the public. We need to ensure all voices are heard and heard equally, including those who are less articulate than others. And one of the reasons we have democracy is so that we as councillors can ensure that that happens. And I can assure everyone in this room that I will be continuing to try and ensure that our consultations are open and honest and effective and enable the widest range of people to have their say, and that those are reported back as they are. One of the reasons some of our agendas are so incredibly weighty is because we do get report back on the outcome of consultations, and we do have the opportunity to challenge if we feel that those consultations have been inadequate. So my view is that there is nothing needing to be added to the strategy as it stands, apart from continuous improvement, continuous listening to the comments that are made, and all continuously making our voices of our constituents better heard. So, as I say, reluctantly, I will support the administration's amendment to the motion, and I will continue to have discussions with officers about how we improve this.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much, and I want to say thank you to the depositions earlier on. First of all, I am neurodivergent. I've got dyspraxia, I've got autism. I find the report papers sometimes really hard to read, and I have to read them about 50,000 times to understand them. So I understand exactly where Councillor Bundy is coming from with his motion today. There is a process in place, and that is a new process for us. We are working on it. This is why I welcome this coming forward myself, but I will be voting for the amendment because it is a process, and all processes have a start, and we will come to eventually the right outcome. And yeah, hopefully it will be a start of the process to something better for us all. But I do encourage more discussion for neurodivergency because that is something I've been advocating my whole life, having my particular conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Bailey Kerr.
Thank you, Convener. Obviously, what's already been stated by the deputations and by many constituents that I've spoken to, that Councillor Bundy spoke to, that people obviously haven't got the confidence in the process that's in place at the moment. And I understand there is a process being looked at which comes to the end at September 26. But I believe that the points that Councillor Bundy has put forward has the chance to improve this process. It's no for the detriment to it. And I think the thinking behind it was to try and improve anything that we have. And we always should be trying to improve anything we do. And I think that his amendment, his motion clearly does that. And the feedback I have from constituents through the consultation process is their thinking is, doesn't matter what they say, their views are taken into consideration and it's going to happen anyway. So probably on the same lines as Councillor Spears in his first statement, people in Falkirk area think that our consultations are a ticky exercise. And we, as a council, need to try and change that. Will the process that we've agreed change that? Hopefully it does. But adding what Councillor Bundy's put forward, it will only detract from it. I think it will only improve it. So, thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Councillor Patterson. Press it again.
Thank you. I hadn't planned on speaking. I think that we've covered a lot of ground here today. But following the last comments from Bailey Kerr, I'm just a little concerned. And yes, I do agree that there are trust issues in the consultation process, but I think for elected members to be sitting in a chamber and saying that it is a tick box exercise and that people believe that decisions have already been made before we come here and debate it, I think it does nothing but feed into a narrative, which is honestly, I don't want to say it feels misleading, but it's certainly not my experience of that. I've been a councillor for about 3 years, and in my experience, I can think of 3 instances off the top of my head where consultations have been returned, positions have moved, and decisions have taken a different direction. I think we even have had examples of that where deputation requests have happened, and on the day decisions are changed. We've seen we go out and sometimes our breakouts take so long because the course of discussion changes. So I think we need to be very careful as elected members not to feed into the narrative that decisions are already made before we come here today to debate issues. So I'm just very mindful of that, and I don't think that is a helpful rhetoric to have in this chamber. And I personally would like to reassure all of our constituents that is absolutely not the case. And probably our jobs would be a lot easier if we all came in and the decisions had already been made and the meetings would be a lot quicker, but it's certainly not the case in my experience. Thanks, convener.
Okay, thank you. Bailey Kerr, I assume we've got a 19-1 there.
I have, convener. Just to say that what I say is my views. These are the views of constituents that have came to me. And I'm sure if you allowed the deputations to come up and speak again, I'm sure that's the answers you would get from them. I'm not advocating that is the situation. I'm just saying that that's what the feedback that I certainly received. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other member before I go to Councillor Bundy to sum up? No, Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, convener. It's been a much longer debate than I thought it would be, and I'm thankful for everyone for contributing. And yeah, I was encouraged during your remarks about the amendments, convener, when you said that the bullet points that I set up can be incorporated into the process. And I hope that is the case. This motion was never designed to undermine that process. It was designed to try and enhance it. And listening to the room, it's clear that some members don't agree with that, and that's fine. That's democracy. But I will be pressing it to a vote because I do believe in the motion as it's written.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Bundy, we'll move to the vote.
Thank you, convener. The motion is moved by Councillor Bundy and it's seconded by Bailey Kerr, against which there is an amendment which is moved by you and seconded by Councillor Bowes. Councillor Meikle-John.
For the amendment.
Councillor Bowes. Councillor Bundy. Councillor Colley. Councillor Deacon. Councillor Garner. Councillor Hannah.
Amendment.
Bailey Kerr.
For the motion.
Councillor Patterson.
Amendment.
Councillor Redmond.
Amendment.
Councillor Sinclair.
Amendment.
And Councillor Spears.
Box for the motion.
Sorry, and my apologies. I have written it in, but I've missed new member, Councillor Aitken. My apologies, Councillor Aitken.
Amendment.
Thank you. Convener, there are 3 votes for the motion. There are 10 votes for the amendment. The amendment is carried.
Okay, thank you for that, colleagues. And it was a long debate at the end, but that is democracy. And therefore, in order to accommodate others' timescales, I'm going to move item 10 up the agenda, and we'll take that next, which is the Falkirk Engagement Growth Deal Lock 16, Centre of Excellence for Canals and Traditional Skills. Okay, thank you, everybody. We will move to questions to officers first on this item. Are there any questions? Councillor Redmond.
So obviously this is quite an exciting development as part of the growth deal. Could you maybe just briefly go over the sort of jobs it could create and the skills that it would bring to Falkirk?
Councillor Redmond, could you possibly repeat that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that very well.
Yeah, so it's quite an exciting development. It's got millions of pounds worth of investment. Could you talk about the sort of skills and the potential training opportunities and jobs that this could bring to Falkirk?
Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Convener. We've highlighted in the report a number of benefits that can be derived from the project at 5.3, which includes 5 new FTE equivalent jobs within the business, 20 levered jobs, 15 modern apprentices up to level 6 in stonemasonry, 5 modern apprenticeships in rural skills to level 5, 30 diplomas potentially in asset conservation to level 8, 50 PDA in traditional building maintenance level 6, and an additional 1,135 volunteer opportunities, including 210 volunteer opportunities through Scottish Canals and 420 volunteer opportunities with external organisations, plus a further 105 opportunities that will include training and trainer qualifications. I'm also fortunate to have with me today Richard Miller, Chief Operating Officer for Scottish Canals, and Alana, who are the project manager, if they would wish to add anything further.
I mean, that's the skills that we can see and we put in the bid at the moment. There are bigger opportunities here, we think, for the local area. Significant change, obviously, at Lock 16, transformation of a building that's been empty and vacant since the 1990s, brought back to life and reinvigorated. So creating jobs in Samper Hill and the Gamelin area, and creating that sort of volunteering. So we see significant opportunities to bring people in through volunteering, as well as this stonemasonry. I think that comes through really strongly from the papers around about the challenge that Scotland has in stonemasonry. But there are other opportunities out there to create traditional skills and support traditional skills in this. And it's very much, this is a sort of hub and spoke. This is bringing the centre to Falkirk, which will be a centre for canal training and development, but also traditional skills, and then that wider spoke opportunity and bring in many, many more organisations. So this project is very early in its development. Hopefully we'll be able to open the doors by spring 27, if everything goes right. And then it's a question of how do we grow that, and how do we grow this traditional skills agenda, as well as canal skills. We have our average age of our operational staff is 58 at the moment. So we've got this handover of skills, bringing young people into the opportunity of developing these skills and looking after the heritage assets across Scotland.
Thank you. No, that sounds really great, and it's probably a real opportunity for Falkirk and its economy and for young people in the area as well. So just a final question maybe would be, do you think as part of this, maybe Scottish Canals could train up anyone to fix the canal bridge at Bonnybridge, because that's been a major issue for us.
You don't have to answer that, Richard.
Challenge at Bonnybridge, we're well aware of it, but it's a shared challenge, and the surface of that road is challenged by a number of HGVs and coming across it. So there's work to do both on the road, but we're keen and working with Falkirk Council in that space.
Okay, I have now Councillor Spears and then Bailey Kerr and Councillor Deacon. Oh,
See you back. We've done a lot of good work in the past, and we need to thank Scottish Canals today for keeping our tourism high. So often commented our canals are in better condition than our roads, so certainly thank you. Can you say how much money is going to be invested here? Because it's the Falkirk and Grangemouth growth deal, so obviously as poor souls in Grangemouth who are suffering greatly at the present, but we're not greedy for everything ourselves, want to see that our extended network, especially in the Forth and Clyde Canal, been used to the greatest advantage, which I think you have a great proven track record of having done. So if you could maybe expand a wee bit for that, please.
I'll bring Richard in to add. In terms of the funding that's identified for the project, it's highlighted in the financial section, at section 7.2. In addition to the £4 million from the Falkirk and Grangemouth growth deal, Scottish Canals has committed £3.7 million to the project and has been successful in securing a package of funding to meet the total estimated cost of £12.9 million.
Thank you. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Convener. A project that's will be very welcome in the Falkirk area. We're very unique that we've got two canals in Falkirk, which is a great tourist attraction for us as a community. Just, you touched on it from the question from Councillor Redmond, Richard, with apprenticeships. Where will these apprenticeships come from? Will there be some locally or surrounding areas?
Apprenticeships wise, we'll be drawing from central Scotland in that space. The stonemasonry programme that Historic Environment Scotland run has been very successful over the years. This is going to be its new home, so that it's moving from Stirling, it will move to Falkirk. But we're very, very keen, and anyone that attended, hopefully, the open day, which was really successful the other day, with over 400 people coming out to understand and learn on a very wet day about traditional skills, tells you that there's a real opportunity in the local community, a real interest and a real opportunity to engage with the local community. The future of our canals depends on these skills. The future of our castles and our heritage depends on these skills. And we have a community here that was at the very heart of that industrial revolution. And you scratch the surface and those skills are here still. That interest is still here. So really important for us to work with Historic Environment Scotland, to bring them here and to work in that industrial population, post-industrial population, but to seize those skills. The opportunity is here potentially to do all sorts of different things in that traditional skills space, and much of it, even the cannons potentially coming back to Falkirk would be amazing, that were built down at the Carron Ironworks. Those sort of ideas are on the table. They're somewhat further away from what we're talking about today. But I think if we can spark this and get it working, get the project off and running, hopefully opening in 2027, which seems really close when you start to think about it, and then work from there and engage both across Scotland, but particularly the Falkirk area and the people of Falkirk.
Thank you very much. It's very, very encouraging. I just hope it gets up and running before we get the Westfield roads done. The thing about the stonemasons is very pertinent to Falkirk, because we've got a big heritage, those kind of buildings and walls in Falkirk. But it's not just about Falkirk, it's about the surrounding areas as well, which if the base is is in Falkirk. It certainly highlights it. So thank you very much, Richard. Thanks, convener.
Okay, thank you, Bailey Kerr. If we can now move to Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much, and please don't worry, I'm not going to continue for Councillor Redmond about Bonnybridge. We know how much of a headache that is. My question is on 3.3 and 3.4 about your climate change by focus on the Supporting Scotland strategy. I'm just curious if you can give a bit more information about that aspect, how you're looking to reduce the climate impact and help the environment in that regards.
So I think climate change is a challenge, and in some of the papers that we've provided as backup to this, I think there's a statistic in there that 71% of historic infrastructure pre-1920, I think it is in a state of critical disrepair. And I mean, we look after the canals of Scotland, 250 years old. The very start of canal started here at Grangemouth in a field called Sealock. Way back there, 1767, and what we're challenged with is the masonry and the infrastructure. That historic infrastructure is being affected by climate change massively. And any of you that remember August 2020 when Muir-Avonside and the canal was washed over by a climate change event, just shows what the challenge is. So there's big challenges. And then there's the small challenges around about the amount of water that is now coming out of the sky, the amount of frost freeze that we're getting in these historic infrastructures. So I think from a climate change perspective, for us, it's absolutely key that we prepare ourselves and step into that space with young people. It doesn't have to be young people, it can be early retired people, it can be people that want to come in and learn traditional skills to pick that up. Historic Environment Scotland have the engine shed, and anyone that's visited the engine shed will know that they are at the very front end of technology, scanning things, understanding things, and developing new ways of managing and maintaining. So this is about tradition, but also about digital and modern technology applied to the big challenge of the next 50 years and what climate change will throw at us.
Councillor Bundy.
Thank you, convener. Richard, I've met you before to talk about the wider Loch 16 area and how some pedestrians feel unsafe, particularly at nights. How will this wide development help address those problems?
So I think the challenge is this corner of Loch 16 has been emptied since Bars Irn-Bru left. And many of you have heard my story. I remember going there on a Boys Brigade visit in the 1980s, and the place was buzzing with life. It was a place of purpose. And I think what we're doing here is we're going to bring back our team to Loch 16. So there will be 27 of our team based there full time. Historic Environment Scotland will bring people in there. And actually, this is part of public sector reform because the two organisations are going to have a shared office. So we'll be working together in that space. So there'll be a new vibrancy at the location. We've seen the Dillons open up there as well. We are also looking at the Loch 16 Auntie Kate's pub up there and working on how can we refurbish and repair that, working very closely with our partners at Falkirk Council in that space to look at that. So I think on top of that, we have just spent £8 million, and you might see that's happening at the moment. Lock gates all the way down the flight. This is the biggest investment since the Millennium Link in lock gates in Falkirk. £8 million of investment right through Falkirk. So big investment going in. I think, as we've talked about in the past, lighting is a challenge, but lighting is a partnership challenge between ourselves and Falkirk Council and making sure that street lighting is right, as well as the solar lighting that we have on the towpath is operational. And in a number of places, we're looking at what could the future of lighting be on the towpath to make these safe routes to school, as well as these safe places for people. So there is a challenge in that space. This project's not going to solve all of it. What I think this project will do is bring a vibrancy to the canal side, and then we'll need to have a think, hopefully with your help in that space, around about how we can get investment for improved lighting.
Thank you, and you're happy to help.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before I bring in Councillor Patterson, could I just ask if you could speak a wee bit about the community engagement within the area and how the potential for the regeneration of an area it's one of the lowest SMID areas in Falkirk?
So we've been doing a lot of work already in terms of that community engagement piece. Many of you will know that we held a big open day at Lock 16, and that was an amazing opportunity to welcome over 400 people into the building who hadn't had a chance to get inside that building and understand really what it was. It's been locked up for a number of years. We were able to showcase the kind of activity that will be happening in the building, but also our future plans for the building as well. That was a really good opportunity to start picking up some of the conversations that we've been having over a number of years. Scottish Canals has owned that building since 2007. And over that time, we've done a substantial amount of consultation within that kind of community about what they wanted to see and how they can become involved. As we start to move into the delivery phase, we will continue that engagement in terms of updates of what's happening in terms of the construction, but we will also start to work with Historic Environment Scotland and our wider funders around the engagement of our activity programme. So that's the education element, but that's also the volunteering element that we'll start to deliver from that building. So we'll really start to see in the next kind of year, we'll ramp up again in terms of that engagement to keep people informed about what's happening.
And just maybe a follow-up, will the community have a space within the building?
So the building has the volunteer element, I think, is really important, and this is we are finding this more and more. How do we engage volunteers when they come to the canals? Actually fall in love with the space, the green space, the blue space. They want to be involved. That's the way I think, and we're going to have training space for volunteers. So it is very much. We will have an open reception area in there, and we will have volunteer space. The community, we haven't yet fully developed this, but how we will engage with the community and how we will share that space, I think at this minute in time, is probably through the volunteering. But it will be space that belongs to the public sector. We will be reaching out and engaging as much as possible in that area.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. No, I'll echo what everybody's saying. This is a really exciting opportunity, and it's great for the area, not least because of the jobs and the trainees opportunities. But I am just thinking, when we have such a good opportunity, I think historically, I'm probably correct in saying that it's a fairly male-dominated area. So I'm wondering if there has been any action taken in the recruitment and the trainee programmes to try and ensure equal opportunity and equal access.
I think that is both organisations have very clear diversity and equality policies in this space, and there's been a lot of work done by both of our organisations to bring some balance to that. I would totally agree. You're right. At this minute in time, the majority of my average age, 58, are men. But this is the opportunity, I think, and what we're doing more and more is finding that diversity and bringing different people into this space and learning those skills is where we want to be. So very much, and we've achieved some funding from the National Lottery, 3.7 million within the funding envelope, and very much built within that is how we will support, how we will tackle bringing in a diverse workforce of the future into this space, and we're all well on the way. We've got a long way to go, there's no doubt about it, but it's at the very core of what we're trying to do here.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, then I'll go to Councillor Garner to move the report.
Thank you, Convener, and I'd like to pass on a massive thanks to our officers for all the work they've done, but also to Scottish Canals and Historic Environment Scotland. We really do appreciate it, and it's great to sit here and listen to such positivity for the elected members here. It's a pretty rare occurrence, but hopefully it's something that we can hear more of. The purpose of this report is to seek approval to submit the full business case for Lock 16, Scotland's Centre of Excellence for Canals and Traditional Skills, to the UK and Scottish Governments as part of Falkirk and Grangemouth Growth Deal. As members will be aware, the approved Falkirk and Grangemouth Growth Deal consists of a number of strategic projects with an investment of just under £150 million. This is the second FPC to be brought to the Executive for authorisation and involves the redevelopment of the former AG Bar site in Camelon. The proposals will establish an operational base for Scottish Canals and Historic Environment Scotland, creating a training hub to expand traditional skills and volunteer training for maintaining Scottish Canals heritage. The new accommodation will consist of offices, workshops, stores and training facilities. Although I haven't personally visited the site as yet, I'm informed by Ward Councillors Meiklejohn and Sinclair this is a very exciting project and one welcomed by the local community, as we've heard there. As noted in the report, this project is led by Scottish Canals in collaboration with Historic Environment Scotland. The project is estimated to cost approximately £12.9 million, with £4 million funding coming from the growth deal. The remaining funding comes from Scottish Canals, Historic Environment Scotland, Scottish Government Regenerational Capital Fund grant and National Heritage Fund. The project will deliver extensive benefits, including £44.5 million of economic gross value added over a 10-year period and transformation of a vacant and derelict site. In addition, 5 new direct jobs, 20 new connected positions and 15 modern apprenticeships in stone masonry plus 5 modern apprenticeships in rural skills and an additional 1,135, that's quite precise, hours of volunteer opportunities per annum. And during the recess, and as we've heard there as well, because he stole my thunder there, Richard informed me that Scotland has 223 cannons, which could be potentially refurbished at the new facility. Just a small flavour of what could be achieved and undertaken here. Approval by the UK and Scottish governments will allow the project to progress to construction stage. This approach will also hopefully help towards the timeline for starting this in February 2026 and the anticipated centre opening in spring 2027. I'm happy to move the recommendations, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. I'm happy to formally second. I think this is a milestone in relation to our growth deal, and it's something that is going to be very outward focused, so that members of the public and our local residents in particular will actually see something coming out of the ground, and therefore something we can distinctly point to by way of investment. So I'm happy to second. We have no amendment, but I will go to group leaders for any comment. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, Convener. Yes, we have no amendment to this. I'm just very pleased to see this report being brought forward to us. And I want to say thank you to officers and Scottish Canals and the Historic Environment Scotland for the huge amount of work that has gone into bringing this project to this stage. The jobs, the apprenticeships and the focus on traditional skills are all very, very welcome for the area, and I welcome the answers that have been given to questions in relation to the focus on ensuring that there's diversity and the engagement with and where those jobs go, and that there's going to be a commitment to the community engagement. So I look forward to seeing the progress on this project.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Bailey Kerr.
Like Councillor Hannah, very excited about the project and hope that everything goes well for everybody involved. Thanks, Convener.
Thank you, Councillor Spears.
I also welcome the project, and especially working with the Scottish Canals. We have 2 exemplars who worked not just on Scottish Canals, but Alana, who worked on the Zetland Park project. They're very familiar with the area, and they you can rest assured I know that they'll do the best for this district, and I welcome the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we happy to agree? Okay, thank you, everybody. We will move back to our agenda and item 5, which is Falkirk Council's parking strategy, and we'll just give a moment for the officer changeover. Okay, I will now open up for any questions to officers. Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Can I ask our colleagues in roads, do you think our parking strategy actually invites people into the town and increases the footfall, especially at this time of year?
Gary?
Excuse me, thanks, Councillor Spear. So, in answer to the question, car parking isn't the be all and end all, and why people come into town centres. We've found that from our research, it's more the offering that's available. So obviously, in terms of our charging infrastructure, we obviously benchmark that and look at other local authorities, look at what we bring in. But in terms of what brings people to the town centres, no, I don't feel that our parking charges is the be all and end all. It's more the offering that's in sight, and you can see that from other local authorities such as Glasgow and Edinburgh, and other areas such as an example that we had where we were researching. There was an area in the United Kingdom where it did not have any parking charges at all one day, and the next week it brought in £14 per day, and there was no change in the usage or occupancy of that area.
Bench. Sorry, I already suggested at the briefing meeting, benchmarking against other towns that have failing town centres isn't really a benchmark on what we hope to achieve, especially in Falkirk, where we desperately need an increase in footfall and traffic, and pricing people be increased car parking charges will only help. There is also the problem of the pavement parking that's been brought in, and clear definition of what's pavement and what's not, which is, I know for one business, in fact, that wants to move now for, I think it's Boyd Street in Falkirk, because it's surrounded by areas where people are being charged
Councillor
for
Spears,
parking.
could you get to your question, please?
Well, the question is, are we outpricing ourselves through our parking policy?
Okay, Gary?
Thanks, Kavir. Councillor Spear, in answer to that, it's my belief that we are not. You take, for instance, on a Sunday when there is no charge, or on a public holiday when there is no charge, we are seeing no level of difference in the uptake in our car parks, our pay and display car parks, 8 of which we have in the Falkirk Town Centre. There is no change in these days to days when we are charging, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hannah?
Thank you, Convener. There's reference in the parking strategy to the issue of problems of parking round about schools at school drop-off and pick-up times, and it's probably the area that I get most complaints about as a councillor. I wonder if you could say a bit more about how the overall strategy is taking that into account and going to enable kind of something to be done about it, because it's particularly dangerous for children who are wandering about.
Thank you, Gary.
Thanks, Councillor Hannah. So, so the overall parking strategy has a number of actions that are recommended, that we're going to output in action moving forward in the future years. However, that is just one aspect, and what we're also doing as an aside of that is obviously through the 25-26 capital budget this year we were approved £200,000, which we're looking at schools road safety. So we have prioritised the full 59 school sites within Falkirk Council area, and we are carrying out specific improvements in these areas right now. So we have looked at a number of schools. We're going through the top 10 at the moment in time, looking at the criteria of which include accidents, of which include the school roll, the SIMD, and a number of other factors. And we're working on these at the moment. So we went through design and construction this financial year, and there is a briefing note going out to all elected members this month before Christmas.
Thank you. I'm glad the parking strategy is linking up with other areas of work.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hannah. Gary, if I could ask just about particularly town centres, Falkirk Town Centre in particular, as part of the parking strategy, we'll obviously be looking at the overall parking number of spaces, but I wanted to ask specifically about parking for blue badge holders for disability, and the number and the locations of those, whether any of that is going to be looked at.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Michael John. So yes, in short to your question, yes, it has been looked at. We've done extensive data collection on the disabled parking spaces within the town centres. We are looking at obviously the usage of these, and you know, on the face of it, from the data collection, there is some abuse of these where they are being used by not blue badge holders. So we are obviously looking at our parking enforcement in that aspect. But in terms of the wider picture of disabled persons parking spaces, that is something that's going to be included within the strategy moving forward, and we will look at these areas and review them to determine whether we have got the right amount of allocation.
Okay, thank you. The other question I was going to ask is, obviously the strategy is very wide-ranging and there's a lot of detail and content within it. How would you propose to be able to take forward the strategy?
So thanks, Councillor Michael John. So there's a number of, obviously, like you say, actions within there. They have been prioritised in a timescale with regards to staff resource, impact, budget that we have. So there's a number of council departments that will be involved in that. We have an action plan off the back that we have, you know, approved with all other relevant council departments such as transport planning, our roads department, our engineering design department, but also tying in links like master planning with our economic development team and others. So in terms of moving it forward, we will manage those as actions from a strategy, as we have done and as we do with all others. So our active travel strategy, for instance, our local transport strategy, as well as our road safety plan that was approved here in May this year. So we'll take forward these actions, and this is something that as a management team we will continue to monitor, and we've got a key performance indicator within the council in terms of corporate asset management framework that a lot of these will be included within.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Colley.
Yes, thank you for stuff following from the question from Councillor Michael John in relation to blue badge spaces. But also, are you considering looking at reviewing the number of wheelchair accessible vehicles, parking spaces, because those require to be larger and enforced to enable individuals to actually leave their vehicles or return to their vehicles, which has proved an issue for some individuals in the past.
Yep, thanks, Councillor Colley. So in short, again, yes, we are looking at wheelchair accessible disabled persons parking spaces. You know, we have looked at areas like for instance in the town centre where there are streets that are on a steep incline and there is disabled persons parking spaces, and we are and moving forward in our actions, we will be reviewing the locations of these to ensure that there is suitable accessibility, and an EPIA will be carried out at relevant stages within that. But in short, yes, this is something that we'll certainly be reviewing.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll go to Councillor Garner to move the report.
Thank you, Convener. And I'd like to thank all the officers involved, but especially Gary and Adam for all the work they've done during this and for the presentations they've done to the briefing sessions they've done to the various groups. I'd like to thank them for putting this report together. It's one of the most detailed reports to come before me. This has taken a long time to prepare and was a result of the local transport strategy agreed unanimously at an executive meeting back in April 2023. Falkirk Council's parking strategy sets a bold, evidence-based and forward-thinking vision for managing parking across our council area over the next decade. It recognises that effective parking management is essential not only for accessibility and safety, but also for enhancing our towns and villages, supporting sustainable travel and strengthening the local economy. It is a high-level document which will deliver parking improvements which support Falkirk Council's residents, business and other stakeholders. It will ensure effective parking management and encourage sustainable travel in line with Falkirk Council's existing local transport and active travel strategies. It will support the council with income generation from parking revenue, which will be used to improve existing parking assets and progress actions as per the strategy. And it will address local parking issues throughout each electoral ward and Falkirk Town Centre, which were identified through data collection, engagement and consultation. The consultation has helped inform the development of the parking strategy, providing deliverable actions to improve parking and ensure efficient use of available spaces within the council area. The progression of individual actions through the parking strategy will be subject to further feasibility considerations, with further evidence gathering and consultation required. Very importantly, the actions will be subject to Falkirk Council budget and resource availability, and will also be subject to approval by Falkirk Council's Executive Committee where required. If I can highlight just 2 of the recommendations, note that the approval of the strategy relates to the overall framework and direction of travel and does not constitute approval of specific outcomes or interventions arising from the future feasibility studies or action development. And a number of individual interventions, as set out in section 5.8, require further decision, and these will be brought back to committee for consideration and approval prior to implementation. In conclusions, members of the Executive will be asked to approve the strategy and to commence delivery of the actions within. Happy to move the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Garner. Councillor Colley.
Happy to formally second and reserve the right.
Okay, thank you for that. There is no amendment on this, but as practice, I will go to group leaders for any comment. Councillor Hannah.
I thank you, Convener. We have no amendment to this. I want to thank officers for the huge amount of work that has gone into it, and also for the assurances that it will be linked up with other strategies and other actions that are being taken. Parking is always a subject of contention for all of us, so I'm very happy to go along with the recommendations on this, and we'll look forward to some positive proposals coming back to executive in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Bailey Kerr.
Just like to thank everybody who was involved. It's something that we will develop going forward, and hopefully it meets the satisfaction of everybody. Thanks, Convener.
Councillor Spears.
I look forward to monitoring the improvements, especially the maintenance improvements in our concerning ponding in our car parks. If we have a parking policy, we must make them fit for use. I look forward to consulting further with our roads department on that.
Okay, thank you for that. Are we happy to agree? Okay, the next item on the agenda is the housing supply and demand. However, there was an amendment to this, which I think there has been some discussion on, and there's an alternative form of words from Councillor Bowes. Therefore, our intention is that we will circulate that. I will take the next item in the community councils, and consideration can be given to the alternative wording when we have a lunch break, if people would be content with that. Right. Thank you for that. While Jim will circulate, just so that we don't get the noise of picked up in the online. Okay, the next item is the Community Council review, the outcome of the PDP. I will open it up for questions. Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much. So as mentioned, I started on the Community Council, so just 2 simple questions to ask. So what are our current Community Councils telling us that needs to change? First of all.
Okay. Mr. Bell Crawford.
Thank you, Convener. Thank you, Councillor. So through conversations, there's clearly an issue around about recruitment and interest in community councils and how we spark that. We firmly believe that this review will address those issues, will explore those issues in more detail. Also, within the review, we've talked about what we are asking our community councils to do and what is possible for our community councils to do. But clearly that needs to be of value and a purpose. And I think through the review, if we can come to a conclusion of what community councils and potential community councillors feel is of value and purpose, and delegate those powers to our community councils, then we believe that we can answer the first point as well in terms of that. But really, around about the ability to influence and the ability to recruit and retain community councillors within community councils is the 2 main issues that we're hearing.
Thank you very much. And finally, in this report, how do you feel this will increase local decision making and community empowerment?
Thank you, Councillor. I think your local democracy is at the heart of this. This is about your hyper local decision making, and through the review, if we as a council can agree what we want our community councils to lead on, it goes back to my previous questions around about engagement and consultation. I think community councils can be a really effective independent vehicle for engagement, consultation, and reaching our communities. So I firmly believe that by delegating that local decision making where possible, we really increase our community's abilities to decide for themselves, communicate for themselves, and become far more empowered through the role of the community council.
Thank you.
Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. In my local ward, I have a number of very active and very excellent community councils that do a lot of great work in the community. But at 5.1, you've mentioned that out of a potential 23, we only have 8 community councils across the Falkirk Council area. Could you say a little more about how the proposals that you're putting forward here are going to actively encourage people who have not engaged with community councils in the past to become more engaged? The whole kind of community engagement is a bit of a theme today. So I think it's important to see how we get to people who have not previously been involved and encourage them to get engaged.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. And I would say at this point that the paper is proposing a review, so we don't have the answers at this point. As you know, the policy development panel looked at very much a fact-finding mission in terms of what was best practice elsewhere. What I would say though, in terms of some of the recommendations that we're making, is some of the expected impacts that we would have. I came from Stirling Council, where, as you know, we used that as a model of best practice, where we had the majority of the community councils operating. And it comes back to my previous point around about what we're asking our community councils to do needs to be of value and make a difference. So I think getting the offer to community councils is important here, and something that makes it worthwhile to become a community councillor to be involved with that community council. I think there will also be a job of proactively recruiting community councillors, and I think recruitment won't just happen by its own. I think part of that review needs to look at how we recruit community councillors, what training and investment they need, but there will be sections of our communities that we need to go out and proactively recruit community councillors to make sure that our community councillors are are representative of the communities that they actually represent.
Thank you very much. And the other question I have is in relation to consultation. Councillor Deacon asked about the views of community councils, but it's also really important that we consult with members of the public. I wonder if you could say a bit more about what point that will kick in and how that will be progressed.
Again, thank you, Councillor Hannah. You've seen the action plan that one of the first tasks we have, subject to approval today in January, is to go and speak to the community council chairs and begin that consultation process with them, that formal consultation process with the existing community council chairs and also those community councils. Also in March, we plan to do a full-scale consultation with all interested stakeholders and communities, and that's detailed as part of the action plan. So engagement and consultation will be at the centre of this, both with our existing community councils, community council chairs and wider communities.
Thank you. Thank you, convener.
Thank you, Councillor Spears.
Thank you, and welcome. And I'm pleased you brought this forward because it's quite a shame for the lack of community councils. I think it's we're down 5 or 6, and for the centre of Falkirk, the main town, not to have a community council is a sad reflection. The lack of interest that's been taken in community councils before, and I hope you make a great difference as you have done in Stirling Council. I totally agree with that. They need greater funding. I think they need greater information sent to them, and I think they need to make their meetings full and purposeful. and that comes through getting information for this council. So we have a long way, but this is a start to working with
Councillor
community
Spears,
councils.
could you please get to your question?
I'm sure I'll get to it for you.
Well, it's not statements, questions, this section.
Yeah, it's
As
coming.
you know, and if you
I know you're getting excited, but it's
No,
coming.
well, if you don't ask your question, Councillor Spears, then I will move on.
Well, just move on then, because you're obviously not interested to others.
No, I'm interested in your question.
It's
Please ask
coming.
your question.
Are you ready?
Could you please ask your question?
How much do you think it should take a fully working community council to operate?
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Spears. That will be part of the review, and it's detailed in the report that is something that we will need to look at and get correct, but it will be part of the review in terms of what it would cost to properly invest in and fully fund a fully functional community council.
Okay, thanks for your dignified response.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sinclair.
Thank you, convener. Current community councils and community councillors have a wealth of experience under their belts. I just wondered if officers could go further in explaining how we hope to engage with them to understand their experiences now, perhaps implement any improvements that may come from that in the immediate term, but also to help inform the review going forward.
Okay, Councillor. Yeah, I'll reiterate that the community council chairs and community council themselves will be absolutely imperative to this review. I absolutely agree in terms of we've got some really good community councils and community councillors operating, and this review needs to give those community councils the best chance to flourish, but also the new ones that we create need to be built on the learning from people who have the experience of being community councillors and the years of service within community councils. So they will be absolutely central to that review process. And as I've said on the action plan, one of the first actions is to get round the table with those community council chairs and hear their stories.
Okay, thank you. Couple of quick questions from myself. How do we plan to make sure that community councils are representative and the diversity of our communities are reflected?
Thank you, convener. So part of that, again, you've seen the review is we talk about a kind of quality assurance process. What we would do once we've done the review is wherever we draw those boundaries for community councils, we would give that community council a data profile in terms of what their community looks like in terms of that demographic. We would then expect the community council to be representative of that statistical or demographic model. Where that isn't possible, in any representations that they make to the council, we would look for evidence that if the makeup of the group isn't representative of their demographic of their area, then at least they have consulted with that demographic, and the evidence that they show to us is that they have consulted, they've engaged with all members of their community, and they can evidence that to us. But the support will be there to help them understand what their community looks like, where they need to recruit, and go back to my previous point about proactive recruitment of people that represent their communities properly to sit on their community council, and representative and consultation channels are correct to make sure that those voices are heard within the community council environment.
Thank you. My final question is, what would you expect the outcomes or the impact of all of this review and reframing of community councils to be?
Again, if I can reference our previous conversations around about community engagement and consultation, this is an absolute central part to how we engage and communicate with our communities. Using a third party like a community council is the ideal way to do that, and I firmly believe that strong community councils representative of their communities is another step in building that trust that we need to rebuild with our communities, and provide some form of independent but linked access to the council in terms of how we make decisions and the powers that we can delegate into our local communities. But for me, my hope would be that we have empowered communities, that we have communities making decisions about the things that affect them most, and the communication line between communities and council elected members and officers is significantly improved.
Thank you for that. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, Ken. Just a quick question. It's been very difficult to actually ask the questions because being on the panel, Fred asked the questions. However, I think this question is important. We have loads of community groups in the Falkirk area who do a great job for their communities, but they're not classed as community councils. How do we encourage them to come forward to say, like, okay, we're maybe a resident group, how can we encourage them to become community councils?
Thank you, Councillor Kerr. So, as you know, we've spoken at length within the Policy Development Panel about the Scottish Government's review and the Democracy Matters piece of work, the consultation that happened. So I can't preempt that, but there may be more powers given to those types of groups, similar to what community councils have. And part of what we'll do within the review is to take advice on that, as we already have within the Policy Development Panel from the Scottish Centre for Community Development, in terms of where the Democracy Matters consultation is going. So I would expect that some powers could be delegated to similar groups to community councils, but at the moment we'll progress on what we have at the moment and where we are. One of the other pieces that's in the paper as well is that we make reference to area partnerships. So we firmly believe that the next step on that kind of local democracy structure should be area partnerships, of which community councils would be a part. They would sit alongside elected members, council officers, community groups, local action groups, etc. And that would be another level of consultation, engagement and decision making that would include community councils, but community councils clearly have a role in statute in terms of their responsibilities. But we would take cognizance of the Democracy Matters consultation and how that would apply to wider community groups other than just community councils.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Convener.
Okay, Councillor Spears, you've already had your opportunity.
I've just received a message from Grangemouth Community Council via our council officer, Mr. Perry, with a very relevant question that I would like to pose.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to take that right now.
Well, the question's not for me. The question's for
No,
Grangemouth
but the
Community
question,
Council.
I'm sorry, but
You
the question.
don't want to take the question.
Councillor Spears.
Thank you.
Councillor Spears, you had your opportunity to ask questions. Okay, I'm going to move on. If there are no questions from anyone else, I'll now look to move the report. Falkirk Council have 8 community councils from a potential of 23, and many of those that have been formed have not been running with full memberships. There's been a steady decline over the last decade. While community councils are not the sole form of consultation, they are considered a statutory consultee in many areas and have a role to play within our communities. Following agreement on the outcome of the PDP on the community engagement strategy in December 24, it was agreed to a continuation of the work that had begun in relation to community councils. The new all-party PDP and independent representation was established and first met 14th of May to develop recommendations and actions for consideration by the executive. The agreed aim being to improve, including having more and better reflective representation and increase the number of community councils across the area. Consideration was given to the reasons why there has been a decline, also looked at other areas and what was happening there and how their community councils were operating, as well as how to encourage greater diversity. The work throughout was supported by the Council's Equalities Officer. Panel then agreed on a programme of work proposed to be carried out over the next year, which includes consulting on the scheme of establishment for community councils, their boundaries, the roles, responsibilities, as well as funding, all of which is detailed in section 5.3 of the report. One thing that was stressed strongly was that the local democracy should be at the heart of what is developed from this work to support community-based decision-making based on priorities identified by communities. Discussion was not restricted purely to community councils. There was a desire to explore community assemblies, which community councils would be a key partner, along with community anchor organisations, development trusts, action groups and others, recognising that they all have a part to play. It should be noted that This is a long-term investment which will be resource intensive. However, the benefits to that work for the council will be significant. In order to enable the work that is required to be carried out, which will take 18 to 24 months, it's suggested that community council elections be postponed until 2027, and this would give a fresh start with hopefully better engagement and create more active community councils going forward. I'm happy to move the report as per the recommendations. Councillor Colley.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you. There is no amendment, but I will go to others for comment. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. Like Bailey Kerr and yourself, I was involved in the panel which set this up, so I have had my say throughout the process. I think this is really important, a really important arm in terms of our promotion of community engagement and community consultation. As you said earlier on, it's not the only one, but community councils are a very important vehicle, and we must do our best to get them as vibrant and involved as possible.
Thank you. We don't have Bailey Kerr. Councillor Bundy, have you got any comment in his absence?
Comment.
Okay. Councillor Spears.
Like community councils, I was not part of this discussion that went forward, but we will watch it with great interest, and hopefully our community councils that exist at present will be involved to get their opinion. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are we happy to agree the report? Okay, we will break for lunch, and that will allow discussion in relation to the changes to the amendment, or to the motion, I should say. If we could be back by 1:15 at the latest, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to part 2 of this morning's executive. Prior to the lunch break, there was a change to the motion amendment circulated. I understand that there's been further discussion and there has been a further change around the wording. Jim will arrange for members to have copies of that, but in the meantime we will move to the item on the housing supply and demand, and I will open the item up for questions to officers. Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. Thank you for this report, which is, to be fair, a rather hard read. But I wonder if you could explain a bit more about the housing need and demand in terms of, I understand that the report that we looked at back in 2022 said that it would take 10 years for us to build sufficient houses to house the people who are needing housing.
Thank you very much. The housing need demand assessment looks at demographics to a certain amount of period. It looks what we need, looks at how long we're living, what the makeup of that is as well, and we use all the planning resources available to try and estimate what we need going forward. Now that might mean a change in the type of properties that we build, the support that's needed in these properties. So as always, it's very much with the best information that we have, Councillor, and it then ties back to looking at trends in regards to single occupation or larger families and things like that, and that then helps us structure our future plan, and that ties also into our development plans as well with colleagues and play services.
Hey, thank you. And can you confirm that in terms of our housing investment plan, in terms of the number of houses, we're talking about both social housing and affordable housing, which may well be private sector build?
Yeah, yes, that's correct. That is correct.
And I wonder if you could say a little more about what affordable housing is. I think a lot of us have differences of opinion about what might be affordable, and what might be affordable for you might well not be affordable for me.
Thank you, Councillor. And I have a pre-prepared answer for that, but the affordable definition, and I'm happy to share this around members as well, Chair, if you like after it, but it's very much affordable housing means that homes that people are on lower moderate incomes can afford without struggling financially. The idea is that the housing cost should fit with what people earn. People who earn the average income may need help to afford a home and require affordable housing, i.e. housing that is affordable. So it's what they can afford within their income. Every person who have higher earnings but have additional costs like disability needs, larger families or transport travel costs can require affordable housing. So it's not just the general what they get take home pay, it's what other additional costs you would add on to that then falls into that bracket. So in Falkirk, people, the average income in 2024 was £35,000. So that was falling into the bracket even with an income of that. Types of affordable housing are social rent, and that's houses owned by councils or registered social landlords, or mid-market rents, which is cheaper than buying. That's the overarching definition of affordable housing. But again, happy to share that with members if that helps.
Thank you very much. Thank you, convener.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Bailey Kerr and Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, convener. Just on page 140 in table 4.21, the totals at the end didn't stack up. Or me reading that wrong? Line 1, 22, 23, New Build 132, Falkirk Council. Is it me who's getting it wrong?
I'm looking at it now. I'm just trying to add it myself, but it certainly doesn't seem to be, and I'm happy to correct that.
Because the first line should, if it's the total, it should be 404.
Yep. You're very quicker at maths than me, councillor. Yep.
No, I had the calculator out before I asked the question.
Thanks. Yeah.
That was all my question. Is right, okay. Sorry to put you on the spot there, Kenny.
Okay, we will get that clarified for you.
Apologies, could I come back in there and rectify it where actually I do believe the totals are correct. So if you look at the first one on 4.21 new build, it says 132. That's the total of new build split between Falkirk and RSLs. Then the total of buybacks, which is 70, split between Falkirk and RSLs, which then reached a total of 202 at the end. And that's with my calculator, Chair.
I think it was just the interpretation was maybe a wee bit more challenging, but we needed that explanation. Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Kevin. Used to this thing. Question, Kenny, and it'll maybe explain where the adjusted motion will come in. So I'm just going to use a rough sum rather than anything else. If we were given an additional 10 million on the RPA without equity, what would be the effect on our capital spend? And also, if we were given it with equity, with the same level as registered social landlords, how would that help us?
So at the present time, if we got additional funding from Scottish Government and it was put on our resource planning assumption, so if we say 10 million was put onto that, at the present time, on average, and it's within the report within there, we are adrift by £10,000 per property on average to our colleagues, RSL colleagues. So that has a huge impact. Over 100 houses, you can multiply that up, and it comes to some circa £1 million. However, if we were to do the full 10 million RPA, the rule of thumb works on that we work on 2/3 council money, 1/3 Scottish Government RPA. So we would need to find a sum of in excess of 20 million on top of our programme now. As members are aware, when the reports went in October, we put forward a plan, and last year we put forward our 3-year event strategy to make sure that we had an ambitious housing investment plan. As you'll see also from the report, we use between 36% roughly at the present time of our income to pay towards our borrowing, and that's going to move up to over 40%. That does provide some uncomfortable reading at times if you look at it from two different areas. One, that's a lot of our income going out, and we felt the pressure of that when our loan charges went up by 1%, circa it cost us 3 million in revenue, which then in turn reduced our reserves to just over $1 million, and that certainly goes against what financial prudence would be to have roughly in the area about 10%, and members are aware we're trying to get back to at least 5 million and working towards 7 million. That on the other side, what it does tell you is that the council are moving as much resources as they can to the upkeep of their properties, either through our Scottish Housing Quality Standard, looking at our new windows and doors, but also having a mixture of new builds or buyback properties, but also looking at different areas in regards to redeveloping some existing buildings going forward, and that's to meet the housing crisis at the present time and the housing emergency that the Scottish Government called.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Spears?
Thank you. Can I ask if the job losses, especially in Grangemouth, have changed the depth of where you're going to be building houses, especially regarding the open space plan? First question.
I'm not sure that we're understanding your question in relation to the report, Councillor Spears.
Well, you're going to still build houses for people where there's no jobs for people.
Councillor, the strategic housing investment plan is worked on earlier question that was asked by Councillor through our housing need and demand. So we have a very ambitious programme, and again that ties back into with our planning colleagues. So we will build where needed, and then obviously the work will move with that, Councillor.
Can I ask then if the bedroom tax situation has made a difference to larger properties being made available?
Apologies, I'm not aware at this present time, but happy to find out and come back to you, Councillor.
I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, I'll go to Councillor Bowes to move the report.
Thank you, Convener. When I took over this portfolio 3.5 years ago, I was asked what my priorities were. My priorities were very simple, that we must spend the capital budget to build homes for the people of Falkirk and upgrade existing properties. The reason for this is that new homes upgraded homes are more energy and efficient and will support our people in fuel poverty. We have a method of funding new build homes, and that they are funded 1/3 Scottish Government grant and 2/3 the rent of the people of Falkirk. We already have, as Kenny has said, a 40% ratio in budget we pay to support this programme, and this is very high compared with the Scottish average of around 20%. This to me shows a commitment by Falkirk Council to the people of Falkirk in housing. Continuing high interest rates, construction inflation and a shortage of skilled labour following Brexit are constant challenges to the house building industry. But I have to thank our housing team for a very positive and well-received strategic housing investment plan for our area. We have a budget coming up in 2026, and the Housing Minister has already outlined her proposal for an additional investment and has stated that this investment will be a cornerstone in the efforts to eradicate child poverty, a notion that I trust all elected members can recognise and get behind. We have had a number of amendments, and Anne and I have spoken about something. So we now have an adjusted amendment to go forward. And that will read as number 1. Note the contents of the report and recognise that Falkirk Council are doing what they can within the constraints of the current funding arrangements. And Executive should write to the Cabinet Secretary for Housing asking for equity with RSLs on grant levels in new build property within the additional 4.9 billion already indicated by the Cabinet Secretary to maximise the use of the grants without impact to the rents of the people of Falkirk and to avoid realignment of our current housing investment programme. And finally, to ask for the consideration of further financial resources for local councils and registered social landlords to enable more social and affordable homes to be built to tackle the housing shortage.
Councillor Rouse, just to confirm, you're adopting that as part of the motion. Is that correct?
So it's basically a new. So I have done an adoption. Sorry, I've done an amendment to Councillor Hannah's amendment, and it's just an adjusted amendment. I think Colin explained it as.
It then becomes the motion.
It then becomes the motion. Yeah.
What I wanted to.
It was quite confusing.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and the second. Councillor Hannah.
I'm happy to second it, and just so to ensure that we're all clear. I mean, I had an amendment to the motion, and with in discussion with Councillor Bowes, we have agreed this amended amendment. I think all councillors would agree that the levels of homelessness and housing need, it's not realistically going to be met by current investment levels. I think Councillor Bowes clearly identified the issue of the formula in terms of how housing is funded, and I was happy to take that on board as an issue as well. I think the thing is that we need both additional resources and changes to the way in which new build housing is funded. And I think we have to call on the Scottish Government to look at that. This is not just a Scottish problem, though. It's a UK problem as well. Housing across the whole of the UK is an issue. And it really requires some serious action, and soon. So I'm happy to support the amended motion.
Thank you. We therefore don't no longer have an amendment, so we don't have debate, but there is the opportunity to allow others to give their view. Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, convener. I'm glad everybody gave me a consensus there. The report has already been brought forward a few months ago, which everybody agreed with, which I'm satisfied that that is the case. And everybody knows me, extra money coming for anybody is welcome to this council. But just sometimes you need to watch what you wish for. Because if we already been highlighted by Councillor Bowes, if we got an extra 5 million, we would need to find 10 million. So taking the approach of trying to level up what the RSLs receive and what the council receives, I think it's a better strategy going forward. And as everybody in here knows, we just don't have enough houses, and anything that brings that forward has got to be commended. So thank you very much, convener.
Okay, thank you, Bailey Kerr. Councillor Spears.
We are still in a housing emergency, I believe. I know my books are full of people trying to get housing. Must be a nightmare working in our allocations department at the moment. Any money that's forthcoming will help, but it'll only help to a very small degree. This problem, I think it was said, would take 10 years to fix. I hope it does get fixed a lot sooner, because there's some people in really desperate states at the moment trying to get housed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we content to agree? Amendment. Thank you. Moving on to item 8, and it's Grangemouth Spatial Vision and Town Centre Master Plan. I wish it was an easier title to say, but it's probably very descriptive of what it is. I will open things up for questions to officers. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks. What local employment guarantees can be tied to the Innovation and Skills Centre as part of the master plan?
Mr McGuinness.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Redmond. The Innovation and Skills Centre within the master plan you're identifying.
I thought the master plan would was working in tandem with a lot of different things that were going on, and I was wondering if that would be part of it. Where obviously Grangemouth is want to increase employment in the area. There's been challenges, so as part of the master plan, we'll be looking at potential apprenticeship opportunities and.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So absolutely, so everything contained in this master plan links up with the new industrial cluster strategy that's been produced by Scottish Enterprise, ensuring that industry and communities can coexist, and where there are job opportunities for any investment we bring forward for the town of Grangemouth can benefit, the construction industry and the community at large. So yeah, it's important that we do look at master plans in the round and what job opportunities can be created from the activities that come from the master plan itself.
Thank you. And then just moving a wee bit back to housing, but I was reading it and it was talking about how the kind of existing town centre's got maybe too many retail units, and one of the options that's going to be explored is trying to increase the amount of housing in that area. So it was just, what's the sort of expected housing mix? Are we going for flats or maybe for disability friendly houses? And how many extra housing units do you think we could accommodate within that area?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's no specific target there in terms of housing, because that's obviously wrapped up. This is a kind of vision. It's not set in number of units, but the aspiration based on the feedback from residents of Grangemouth over a number of years, there's a predominance of single dwellings, so it's to move to more 2-3 bedroom front and back door houses. So you kind of see from some of the images on there, particularly out around the Union Road area, is to potentially subject to planning to develop those areas for kind of townhouse types, but fully, meeting sustainability requirements and DDA requirements as well. The report you'll see there's a couple of restrictions there around the development of housing, like COMA restrictions based on the particularly fine chemical sector, so control of major accident hazard zones. And that would need to be a significant negotiation with the Health and Safety Executive if any planning was to come forward. And then obviously the flood protection requirements as well. So it's an aspirational vision, but it does recognise there are some restrictions around particularly development of housing there as well.
Thank you. And I think one of the ambitions or things that came up in the kind of consultation phase was trying to, the towns were quite near the kind of waterfront, but the town itself was quite isolated to the waterfront. Has there been any sort of initial works to how you would go about reconnecting the town with the waterfront, which could increase tourism and things?
Thank you, Councillor Redmond. Actually, I was meeting with Forth Ports yesterday, looking at their wider master plan for their ambitions, and they recognise the importance of the waterfront to them as a business, but also the opportunities for the community. So, as you rightly pointed out, a key aspiration within the document is how do we better engage with the waterfront, and how difficult it is to do so at this point in time. But I think the future plans from Forth Ports and from ourselves for some land we own is how do we allow the community to have better access to the waterfront. So that's something that's certainly within the plan and an aspiration of our community.
Thank you. That's good to hear that's going on. Is there any parts of this that we think could be delivered fairly quickly, maybe using growth deal funding or any of the Freeport capital?
And so probably the initial work we'll see happening, assuming the outline business case approved by governments, is the Greener Grangemouth programme. Colleague Jackie MacArthur's leading that. So the town team is established. It's chaired by Ian Mitchell. He was chief executive at John Mitchell Hollage. So he's a local person and he's keen to drive this forward. So we'll see some initial feasibility design work coming through around public realm, green spaces, some of the retrofit housing as well. So there'll be some of the initial actions we'll see coming through next year, again, assuming the business case is approved by governments, and that's part of the growth deal. Obviously, you'll have picked up in the budget, an area that Paul takes care of is the Forth Green Freeport. The final business case was approved, so that will let the Forth Green Freeport release the seed funding that's available. And given Grangemouth has a lot of tax sites, the industrial sector will hopefully see some of the benefit of that. And once the non-domestic retained rates start coming through, that can be reinvested in the local community as well, subject to approval. So there's certainly a couple of items that can come forward quite quickly.
Thank you. And just my very final question, and it's sort of came to my head recently. There's a lot of buildings within the Grangemouth kind of area, and they're falling into disrepair. We've got kind of absentee owners and things. What sort of steps have been taken to maybe make sure that we can locate these owners and make sure that, I think Bowness Road was closed quite a few times with the old picture house. So what sort of, are we in contact with all the owners, or have you been taking steps to maybe a wee bit like we done up at Slamanan, we had to take ownership of the hotel? Could you maybe provide a bit of information on that?
Yeah, thank you. You're right to point out there are a number of key buildings within Grangemouth, particularly on the Bowness Road, that had some storm damage and that affected closures on that road. Our building standards officers worked swiftly to rectify that and to fix what needed to be fixed. Obviously, another storm came and further damage happened. They have been directly engaging with the owners. They have very clearly notified them of their responsibility as owners to look after the premises, and any costs associated with the work we had to carry out as a council will be placed upon that owner, and we are taking further steps to ensure that is the case. But you're right, it's a challenge. Some owners buy these properties and unfortunately don't look after them the way we would wish them to, so we have to hold them to account where we can and use what powers we can through building standards to do that.
Thank you for all your answers and all the hard work you've put into this. I look forward to seeing it coming forward.
Okay, Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. And a bit of a follow on in terms of actually, yes, again, thank you for the hard work. There's been a huge amount of effort put into this, and I think all the officers who've been involved should be commended. Bit of a follow on though from what Councillor Redmond was asking, in terms of actually delivering hopefully quickly on some of the issues within this. There was the recent announcement of the additional 14.5 million from the UK government. And I know it is very recent and obviously hadn't made it into this report, but do we know any more about that and how it could be used, and is it potentially something that could help to deliver on some of these aims?
You are right, that £14.5 million was announced quite recently. We're not aware of, just to be clear, we're not aware of the details regarding that. Our limited understanding is that's very much to do with the industrial development post the refinery in terms of distribution and handling of fossil fuels, frankly. So I think that's our understanding, but it is very limited at this point. And obviously, once we receive further details, we'll share that with members.
Thank you, convener.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spears.
Thank you. We are a town in limbo, as I'm sure you're aware, and hopefully this plan will help alleviate that limbo. You speak of Grangemouth Spatial Vision, Grangemouth Town Centre Management Master Plan, and the restructuring of our town centre. Do you have costs, dates, action time rather than talk time?
Hopefully we've outlined within the report itself. We will take every opportunity we can as officers to explore where funding can be made available to support the ambitions of this master plan. We have the Pride in Place funding, we have Falkirk and Grangemouth growth deal funding, the Grangemouth in particular. So there are a number of strands of funding we have and we are constantly pursuing to deliver against the ambitions that are presented in this report today. It's very difficult at this point in time to identify the exact dates and the exact amounts of funding, but that's something that officers are continuing to explore, and we recognise very clearly from the engagement we have in the consultation process that the community share that same frustration in terms of change happening within their town centre. But I can assure councillors we're doing our very best to make that come to happen in the town of Grangemouth.
Okay, I'll take this opportunity as well to thank Keir for, since he's come, there's been a great deal of work done in town centre, and we welcome his contribution into Bacall my town. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to just ask a wee bit about the consultation, because obviously this is not the first time this has been in front of members, and this is the feedback. And I just wondered about the engagement with the community and their reactions, and I appreciate we've got a quantitative detail, but just a wee bit about how they felt about this, and indeed the council's commitment to Grangemouth.
Convener, I can pick up on that one. So yeah, you're right. The initial draft of the master plan came before members in June of this year, and a lot of that had been pulled together based on previous engagement with the communities through Community Links and the Community Action Plan, which was developed in 2022 from recollection. And then when we went back out, it was obviously the agreement from executive to go and speak to the community and partners on the draft plan.
it's fair to say I think it was welcomed. I think you've seen the report that those that attended the drop-in sessions and fed back online and Participate Plus welcomed the regeneration objectives, the key moves that were in there. A lot of them came from the initial consultation, so that's not a great surprise. As Councillor Spear's question alluded to, there is a bit of frustration that the community and partners want to see action now. They want to see things happen in a clear timeline of when actions will start to happen. I think some of the feedback was around the presentation, and it was a very lengthy document. It was quite complicated, so the consultants and officers have taken that on board and tried to simplify the document and make it clear on some of the graphics within that, make that clearer as well. Then our consultation with industry and Scottish Enterprise, as Michael said earlier, the industrial cluster strategy was running along the same lines. So we've made sure the two documents are speaking to each other, and there will be further work required to make sure that the community and industry are cohabiting. There is obviously always a tension. I mentioned Tacoma zones earlier, so it's key, and really welcome Scottish Enterprise, their commitment to involve council officers and community representatives in ongoing work around the development of stage 2 of the industrial cluster strategy. So overall, the recommendations of the report were welcomed by those as part of the engagement, but they just wanted to see some clearer actions and a clearer document come through, and some work to happen as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you for that, Keir. Just before I bring in Councillor Deacon, the sound system's picking up the pings on people's laptops. Could we ask maybe mute them so that it's not heard online? Okay, Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much. I double checked mine, it's not mine. So page 196 for the SWOT analysis under the opportunities, it says industrial transition to net zero, positioning Grangemouth as a leader in green industry and innovation. Are we doing anything to take advantage of that opportunity within the master plan? Because I can't see anything that I'm reading it.
Yeah, I suppose to answer your question, everything we do, we consider net zero. So it's, from my perspective, it's implicit that when we are considering delivering new homes, for example, we look at the cost of running those homes, energy costs, etc. When we look at new buildings, we'll look at bringing the best possible BREEAM conditions we can to those facilities, and look and utilise next generation heating systems, for example. So yeah, I think for me it's implicit that the net zero agenda is high on everyone's mind, and particularly when you come to regeneration and building new facilities and places, that you have to consider that implicitly.
Okay, thank you. As there are no further questions, I'll go to Councillor Garner.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener, and thank you to Michael and Keir for all the work that's went into this so far. This report provides Council Executive with a final master plan for Grangemouth Town Centre. This follows an extensive period of engagement with the community of Grangemouth and other wider stakeholders, with feedback and amendments to the plan having been carried out. This follows the draft spatial vision and master plan, which the Executive considered on the 19th of June 2025. The final master plan documents, which are attached, sets out an ambitious vision for the regeneration of Grangemouth area, and importantly places the needs in the town and the community at the forefront. As we all know, Grangemouth is at an important stage of its transition, and this document will prove crucial in binding together numerous funding programmes and projects under one vision. And as Keir put it, an aspirational vision is maybe a good way to look at this. I welcome this report and recognise the importance of having a master plan of this nature in attracting external funding. I am also pleased to see the level of engagement undertaken by officers since we considered the draft plan in June, and welcome changes made to present and final master plan version for our consideration today. Again, I'd like to thank officers for this briefing and bringing this finalised master plan report forward, and support the recommendations presented here today.
Thank you, Councillor Garner, and I'm very happy to second. I think having such an ambitious vision actually puts a marker down for the people of Grangemouth, that we do believe that this is something that they deserve, and look towards how these individual projects can be developed and identifying funding. And there will be it will be a long-term plan, but hopefully with short-term gains. There's no amendment, therefore I'll go to group leaders for comment. Councillor Hannah.
I have no amendments. Like you, I look forward to seeing this being put into action.
Bailey Kerr.
Thanks, convener. Very ambitious plan, and it can only, if it comes to fruition, it can only benefit not just Grangemouth, which over the past couple of years there has felt the brunt of the industrial demise in Scotland. But it's not just the Grangemouth, it's about the full area of surrounding area round about it, and anything that improves, this council has to support it, and I'm sure we will. Thanks, convener.
Thank you, Bailey Kerr. Councillor Spears.
I look forward to the day we call an action plan rather than a master plan or some sort of a visionary plan. Because Grangemouth's now at the stage of action, not words, as you're aware. We've been in the doldrums. We're looking for insight in future. And as this only goes part of the way, we should let's start seeing some action and put in place. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are we happy to agree? Okay, thank you. Move on to item 9, which is a referral from the Corporate Partnership Forum, and relates to the Fair Work First statement. And first of all, are there any questions? Councillor Hannah.
Thank you, convener. Question I have is in relation to paragraph 4.2, where there's a reference to the fact that we do not use 0 hours contracts inappropriately. My question is, how many 0 hours contracts do we issue, and why? Since 0 hour contracts is something that I would think that all councillors around here are not entirely comfortable with.
Mr. Moody.
I don't have the precise details of the numbers on those. I can go away and get those for you, but I think the key element is about the use of any such casual or supply contracts. So, for instance, within the education context, there are supply teachers who can make themselves available. They don't typically fall in within the definition of the 0 hours contracts that are criticised often, but they do allow people to fill gaps. The key point, I think, lies in the Fair Work statement itself, which is we do not use supply or casual contracts to fill long-term vacancies. That's really the key to this, and that's the commitment I think that we're offering in this statement as the employer. And I think it's appropriate also to say that this statement is agreed in detail with our trade union colleagues. It's also subject to continuous review as well. So we are content, I think, that we're in agreement with the trade unions on our approach to this.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. I would appreciate further information about the number and nature of the 0 hours contracts that we might be using, but we'll take that offline.
Can I just maybe follow up a wee bit on that? And you may not be able to answer, and I don't know if there's other officers here, but my understanding that, for example, some of the part-time workers within our leisure services, etc., are also falling into that category where they don't want fixed term hours but will look to do casual hours to fill gaps, etc.
Yes, that would, I think, be typical across the sports and leisure arena and applies here as well. But again, it's the key to not using these inappropriately and not using them in place of full-term permanent contracts. There are occasions where this will work, both in the interests of an employer and an employee, but we've reached a position where our use of them as an employer is one that is agreeable to our trade union colleagues. And again, I refer back to Section 3 of the Fair Work statement itself.
Councillor Deacon.
Thank you very much. My question is on page 2, line 1.
Councillor Deacon, can I ask you a favour and please talk into your microphone?
Yeah, no problem. My question is on page 291. Discussed about time off for maternity leave. What about paternity? While we're moving to a more inclusive society, fathers should have time off as well. So why is this not being mentioned?
Yeah, there is a reference to shared parental leave, and that I think would cover that situation.
Councillor Spears.
Thank you. Can I ask roughly how many part-time workers that we have at present, and will the taxation reduction for people working from home come into effect anytime soon?
I don't have the figure of the breakdown between full-time and part-time employees available just now. We'll take a note and we'll supply those to you offline.
Okay.
People working from home.
I don't have that information available to me. We've got a note of it. We'll come back to you.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I'll look to move the report. The Fair Work First statement is mandatory, but it is also the right thing to do. Aligns with the Fair Work First policy, is aimed at employers, especially those receiving public funds or public sector contracts, encouraging them to adopt certain practices that embody the 5 dimensions of effective voice, opportunity, security, fulfilment and respect. Payment of at least the real living wage to all employees 16 plus is higher than the statutory national minimum wage and UK national living wage, which again is the right thing to do, and provides appropriate channels for an effective voice, such as recognition of the trade unions or other mechanisms for giving workers a say. This includes avoiding the inappropriate use of 0 hours contracts. We've just had discussion in relation to that, and opposes the use of fire and rehire practices. It offers flexible and family-friendly working practices from day one for employment, and investing in our workforce development, training skills and development and progression. Taking action in inequalities, reducing the gender pay gap, inclusivity for disabled people, older workers and minorities, and creating an inclusive and diverse workplace, which is something that we should continue to aspire to. Committing to pay the real living wage, this currently doesn't apply to apprentices, but in the 25-26 Scottish Government granted an exception, and provided that would be a negotiated change that would see this implemented for apprentices for the future. The discussions with the trade unions and agreement has been reached, and it will be in place by April 29, and it was agreed that this would be phased in, and that is a significant step forward, as it's been a contentious discussion for quite some time. Fair Work First statement has been agreed with the trade unions, and I would now ask members to agree that statement, make their commitments to it. Councillor Bowes.
Thank you, Convener, and I'm very pleased to second you in this one. Thank you.
We'll go to group leaders. Councillor Hannah.
I have no further comment. We have no amendments.
Okay. Bailey Kerr.
No comment.
Councillor Spears.
Pleased to hear, no comment.
Okay, thank you. Are we happy to agree? Thank you. Okay, we move on now to item 11, just to keep everybody up to date with where we are on the agenda. And it's the tendering arrangements for BMD stores. And I will open this up for questions to officers. Billy Kerr.
Quick one. So we are going out to procurement. How at the end? How many suppliers will we have? Will it be one company, or will it be a mass of different companies for different products?
Thanks, Bailey Kerr. So there are 2 lots within the tender. So the answer to the question is we could either have one supplier for both lots or two contractors.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Bailey Kerr. Councillor Hannah.
Excuse me. Thank you, convener. I understand that this tendering is a result of the movement of the stores from an in-house service to an outside service. Can I just have confirmation that this is not in any way involving any loss of jobs, that the individuals concerned have all been accommodated elsewhere within the workforce?
So there are 13 FTEs associated with the stores as it currently stands, Councillor Hannah, 8 of which have already been assigned new posts within the BMD structure. The remaining 5, there will be opportunities for them to apply for posts within the service. So I'm confident that that we will be able to find positions within the BMD or indeed within the wider council. But I'm confident that there is sufficient posts within the BMD so that those members of staff will be retained.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Spears.
Right, thank you, convener. It's climate change implications. We very rarely get a question on that. We say that it will be 35 tonnes of CO2 emissions that will be saved, which raises the question about every other building we have. If this one building has 35 tonnes, then is this just the start? Trying to reduce the net zero and CO2 emissions, or have we a long way to go?
Okay, I will go to Mr. Kertrick on that.
Thank you, convener. Thank you, Councillor Spears. As members will be aware, through projects such as the strategic property review in relation to our property assets, we have set fairly ambitious targets to reduce our carbon emissions. I think the last figure we identified was somewhere in the region of about 14,000 tonnes of carbon emissions, which will be reduced from our estate over both the few years that have passed and over the coming years. So this is one small part of that journey we're on.
Okay, thank you for that. If there's no other questions, this report relates to the proposed tendering arrangements for the BMD stores. The change being to provide a store service that is fit for purpose, achieves efficiency and reliability through maximising use of technology, meeting the needs of our service and tenants, and it forms part of the wider BMD transformation review. As part of the service review included multiple staff engagement sessions and highlighted the inefficiencies of the current model. Inefficiencies were raised by the teams themselves and included high levels of perishable stock being written off annually and the wrong materials being delivered to sites and the impact that has on site productivity. The model the council is looking to adopt is similar to be deployed by the council across the UK, and including the City of Edinburgh, who BMD officers have been in close contact with as they've been developing this. It's before us today purely as a decision on procurement and not on operational changes. The project costs exceed 7.5 million and therefore approval is required from the Executive. Contract agreement is scheduled to commence the 1st of April 2026 with full implementation from August 26 and initial term of 5 years. There is, however, an option for the contract for a further 5 years subject to a mutual agreement. The estimated value of the contract initial 5-year period is for 22 million based on the annual expenditure of 4.5. In line with the procurement regulations, a competitive external tender process will be undertaken for this contract. The procurement will be divided into 2 lots, as has already been said, with 2 service providers appointed. This approach is expected to enhance the efficiency and service delivery by fostering competition between providers. Services maintained a close engagement with staff and trade union colleagues since the tendering arrangements for the BMD stores commenced, and to help support the procurement process, trade union colleagues will be included on the user intelligence group throughout the process. Importantly, staff and trade unions have been assured that this is not a compulsory redundancy situation, and as Douglas Gardner has already said, 13 store staff have identified at risk of 2-pay transfer. 8 have successfully been appointed to other roles, with the 5 other stores employees being invited to apply for vacant general operative roles within BMD at the same pay grade, and voluntary service applications will also be considered where requested. Service will continue to work within the advice and support from HR throughout this stage of the process. I'm happy to move the report and would recommend support to Council, to Executive. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Convener. I'll formally second you.
Thank you for that. There's no amendment, so I'll just go briefly to group leaders. Councillor Hannah.
No amendment, no comment.
Thank you. Bailey Kerr.
No comment.
Councillor Spears.
I'm pleased to hear that there'll be no redundancies, and anything that happens will be in consultation with the workforce. Some people have approached me about this, so I can go back and reassure them that there'll be no compulsory redundancies. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are we happy to agree? We move into the final section of our executive, where we sit as a quasi-judicial process, as we have leases and community asset transfers. The first of those being the community benefit lease of 9 High Street, Slamanan, and I'll go to Mr. Kettrick.
Thank you, Convener. And the background to this report is that Slamanan Community Centre forms part of the Strategic Property Review and was approved to close from the 1st of October 2025. Despite the significant community engagement, no CAT or alternative delivery model involving community management had been forthcoming, resulting in the property closing on the 1st of October. Martha's Pantry currently use Slamanan Community Education Centre for its operations, but as no community management proposal was forthcoming, the centre would close and Martha's Pantry would no longer be able to operate without alternative premises. Working with the group, officers identified the shop at 9 High Street as being suitable subject to enabling works. The property sits within a block of retail units with flatted dwellings above and is part of the Housing Revenue account and had been unoccupied for a number of years. Given the importance of Martha's Pantry to the community and the extensive benefits that they provide, the group have been allowed to temporarily continue working from the centre until the shop has been fitted out to meet their requirements. Approval today is sought to enter into a community benefit lease for Martha's Pantry to enter the property, and the council would be foregoing a rental income of approximately £3,000 per annum. Officers are of the view that in the granting of the community benefit lease to Martha's Pantry, it allows the important service to continue to operate within Slamanan, and it will also enable Martha's Pantry to develop further its provision of food, promotion of good health and well-being. The lease for the property mitigates partially the closure of the Slamanan Community Education Centre and will occupy another shop within the town centre. As the community centre will now be vacated when Martha's Pantry relocate to the new shop, The report also seeks for us to declare the community centre surplus to operational requirements and for it to be subject to surplus property procedures, including the identification of any items that may be required for local community groups to be reused and recycled in the normal fashion. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kirtrick. I'll firstly open it up for questions. No questions. I'm happy to move. Councillor Hannah.
Sorry, I was waiting for a seconder, but I'll second it for you. I'm disappointed that the Slamanan Community Centre, we couldn't find a way of keeping it running, but really pleased that the officers have found an alternative to keep Matthew's Pantry running. So well done for doing that. As I say, it's disappointing that it wasn't possible to save the community centre.
Okay, thank you for that. Are we all happy to agree? Okay, move on to item 13, which is a community asset transfer lease of Zetland Park Pavilion. Mr. Kirtrick.
Thank you, Convener. As members will be aware, asset transfer reports such as the one about to be considered are quasi-judicial and should be considered upon their merits of their proposals and recognising compliance with the necessary statutory requirements. The Executive is asked in this instance to agree to the community asset transfer by lease of Zetland Park Pavilion to Central Football Foundation for a period of 20 years at £1 per annum, reflecting the benefits that will derive from the project. The project has been assessed by officers and the application that has been received from Central Football Academy is compliant with both the community empowerment requirements and the disposal of land by local authorities regulations, and therefore officers are recommending approval of the asset transfer. In addition, officers are seeking agreement to award funding of £116,560 towards the modernisation works of the pavilion, and it should be noted that the foundation have secured match funding from the Scottish Football Association to similarly invest in the project, and we're therefore seeking approval by members to award that enablement funding. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kirtrick. Any questions for Mr. Kirtrick in relation to this? Councillor Spears?
I can only say I'm welcome this very much, especially the money is going to be spent on refurbishment. I put numerous inquiries in with the surrounding ground and car park, and hopefully works can be carried out to bring it up to a safe and satisfactory condition.
Councillor Hannah?
Thank you. Just a quick question. The £116,500 from the enablement fund is a large amount. I wonder if you could say a little more about, by comparison with some of the other figures that have been awarded. I wonder if you could say a little more about why that figure has been reached.
Convener, the award of the funding does reflect both the size of the property and the extensive works that are required to the property, and it is comparable with other asset transfers that we have progressed. And in addition, it is securing a further £116,560 from the Scottish Football Association, and therefore we feel that it represents good value for money for the extent of the property that will now be delivered as part of the funding arrangements.
Okay, no other questions. I'm happy to move the recommendations. Councillor Cawley?
Happy second.
Okay, thank you. We're happy to agree. Okay. The next one is the community asset transfer lease of Inshira Park Pavilion. Yeah, Mr. Kirtrick.
Thank you, Convener. This report is similarly to agree the community asset transfer by lease, this time of the pavilion at Inshira Park, Grangemouth, to Central Football Foundation for a period of 20 years at £1 per annum, reflecting the benefits that will derive from the project. Again, officers have evaluated the proposals and are satisfied that they meet the requirement of the Community Empowerment Scotland Act in relation to asset transfers and also the requirements of the Disposal of Land by Local Authorities Scotland regulations. The proposals have been evaluated and the group are considered to be positive in terms of their governance and management arrangements, and we are also seeking to award enablement funding of £22,159 towards modernisation works at the pavilion. And similarly to Zetland, the Foundation have secured match funding from the Scottish Football Association for those modernisation works, and therefore officers are recommending both the asset transfer and the award of the enablement funds. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kirtrick. Similarly, are there any questions, Mr. Kirtrick, in relation to this item? No questions. I'm happy to move the recommendations. Councillor Cawley.
Happy second.
Thank you. Final item is the community asset transfer of Anderson Park Pavilion. Mr. Kirtrick.
Thank you, Convener. Again, the Executive is asked to agree a community asset transfer, this time again by lease, of Anderson Park Pavilion Bonnybridge to Bonnybridge Football and Sports Club for a period of 15 years at £1 per annum, reflecting the benefits that will derive from the project. Officers have again reviewed the application and the requirements of the appropriate regulations and can confirm that they believe they satisfy the Community Empowerment Scotland Act as well as the Disposal of Land by Local Authorities regulations. In relation to the enablement fund, there is no request for enablement fund towards the pavilion in this case, as it is one of the new pavilions that the council has delivered, and therefore there is no requirement to support any modernisation works at the facility, and therefore officers are merely in this case recommending approval of the asset transfer, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for that. Is there any questions in relation to this item? No, in which case I'm happy to move the recommendations. Councillor Bailey-Kerr.
Thank you, Convener. If I may say a small statement.
As long as it's not too long.
It's too long. The proposal by Bonnybridge Football and Sports Club will certainly promote and improve economic development, regeneration, public health, social well-being and other social benefits. This group will have no problem delivering this project and make it sustainable. For the members who read this report today, they will clearly identify the full list of benefits for those in the area. They are members of the sports club and the wider community. Their business plan is indeed very professional, and their vision for a major benefit to the Bonnybridge community is there for all to see. Also, the funding isn't required like as for the rest of the community, most of the community enabling fund. So we hope that they have a very successful and long, a happy future. Just so it known, I'm doing this on behalf of Bailey Buchanan, who is unwell, and I'm sure the other local members will have the same views as Bailey Buchanan, but just on his behalf, and I thank you for the indulgence.
Okay, thank you. We don't usually allow additional statements on those by members, I'm afraid. But on this occasion only, I will take very brief, and I do mean extremely brief, comments from both Councillor Redmond and Councillor Deacon. But I do mean brief.
Thanks. No, just very briefly, just wanted to say it's obviously one of the new pavilions. It's a fantastic facility. It was just to say, a thank you for the team at Bonnybridge Youth Football Club that helped bring this forward. Colin Smith and Brian as well has done a fantastic amount of work. There was at the kind of early stages we didn't think we were going to get this through, but they've done a fantastic job both here at Anderson Park and down at Duncan Stewart Park. So hopefully all the best for the future.
Thank you. Councillor Deacon.
Well, I was just coming in to formally second, but I'll echo everything that's been said by Billy Buchanan and Jack, Councillor Redmond. I was just coming in to formally second it for you.
You were going to have to be quicker than that. On that, that brings us to the end of this the afternoon's executive. Thanks everybody for their contributions today, and I have to say that the new microphone system seems to be working okay. We've managed to negotiate it without any problem, but thanks very much for your time.